Go. अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम है अली अब्दुल्ला और आज हम मौजूद हैं अपनी दूसरी टीम के साथ, टीम क्लैरिटी के साथ। और बॉयज़ बड़े एक्साइटेड लग रहे हैं। हम इनसे बातें करेंगे, इनसे पूछेंगे भाई क्या सीन है, इनकी क्या स्ट्रैटेजीज़ है, इनका क्या प्लान है, इनकी कहाँ वीकनेस देख रहे हैं, कहाँ स्ट्रेंथ देख रहे हैं और ये इतने सारे कैश का क्या करेंगे। तो चलते हैं बॉयज़ के पास। क्या हाल है बॉयज़?
ठीक ठाक अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
सबसे पहले तो आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो। ठीक है, ये रस्मी बातें हमें करनी पड़ेंगी थोड़ी देर, 2-3 मिनट कि यार आप लोगों ने कम्पीट किया, आप लोग पहुँच रहे हो, आप क्वालिफाई करोगे, ये सब तो हो गया। मगर यार मैं आपको असल मुबारकबाद इस चीज़ की देना चाहता हूँ, यार आप लोगों ने पर्सपेक्टिव बदल के रख दिया। वरना इससे पहले सिर्फ 3 तरह के बॉयज़ कामयाब हो रहे थे, या जो डॉक्टर बन रहे थे, या जो इंजीनियर बन रहे थे, या पायलट बन रहे थे। अल्लाह का लाख लाख शुक्र है यार, आप लोगों ने कहानी इन 3 से निकाली है और हम सब में बांटी है। अच्छा तो यार वाई PUBG मोबाइल, मतलब कि बहुत सारी गेम्स हैं। मतलब जब मैंने ये गेमिंग वाला सीन ऑन किया था तो यार मेरी नीड फॉर स्पीड पे पहुंच के बस हो गई थी। तो अम्मा अब्बा की वजह से भी कि यार क्या कर रहे हो, होगा क्या, क्या सीन्स हैं। मगर लेकिन आप लोगों ने PUBG को पकड़ा और बिल्कुल पकड़ ही लिया आप। तो ये क्या सीन है यार?
असल में ऐसी गेम है जिससे ज़्यादा दिल नहीं भरता, क्योंकि हर गेम में डिफरेंट सिचुएशन होती है। और दूसरी बात, फ्रेंड्स के साथ खेलते हैं तो ज़्यादा एंजॉय होता है, दोस्तों के साथ तो बंदा ऐसी बोर नहीं होता।
अच्छा यार आपका नाम है दानी और आपका नाम है खान 420 क्यों भाई? 420 मतलब ये क्या?
ये दोस्तों ने रखा था।
मतलब कि ये गेम खेलने से पहले रखा था या आप इसमें थे, मतलब कि बचपन से ही कोई इस किस्म के आइटम खेल रहे थे?
नहीं, गेम जब स्टार्ट किया था ना,
हाँ,
तो उस वजह से बस मिला था
420।
हाँ।
तो आपने अपना कोई नाम क्यों नहीं रखा, कोई मिच्योर ईगल इस टाइप का कुछ आप भी रख लेते हैं?
ये मैच्योर नहीं है ना।
अच्छा मिच्योर भी हो रहे।
नॉर्मल दानी ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा, उसमें वही रख दिया।
अच्छा यार आप लोगों की जो टीम है बेसिकली है, इसके अंदर बहुत सारी एडिशंस भी हुई, आप लोगों ने कुछ लोगों को लूज़ भी किया होगा डेफिनेटली। कोई गए होंगे तो कोई आए होंगे ना
बहुत ज़्यादा।
तो यार ये तो मैं नहीं पूछूंगा कि कौन गए, मगर ये जो आपने एक ड्रॉलिंग के नाम से एक नया प्लेयर आप लोगों के पास ऐड हुआ है, तो ये डार्लिंग है, ड्रॉलिंग है, क्या है बेसिकली?
ड्रॉलन।
सही है। क्विक निकलना है इसके ऊपर, आगे ज़्यादा में डीप नहीं जाना। लोगों को मैसेज मिल चुका है। क्या सीन है ड्रॉलिंग का, क्या उसकी क्या स्पेशलिटी है, वो क्या वैल्यू ऐड करेगा इस गेम के अंदर?
गेम सेंस उसकी अच्छी है, इस वजह से।
क्या गेम सेंस अच्छा है?
मतलब गन स्किल मिल जाता है, हर आजकल तो हर प्लेयर के पास गन स्किल्स है, लेकिन अच्छा वही होता है जो माइंड से खेले ना गेम,
स्ट्रेटजी हो उसकी, और यहाँ से आना है वहाँ से आना है, छुप जाना है,
IQ टाइप हो, मतलब
इंटेलिजेंट होना चाहिए बॉय को। PUBG मोबाइल के अंदर भाई एक सीन है यार कि बहुत सारे मैप्स हैं, बहुत सारी लोकेशन है। आप लोगों के बारे में यार एक मिथ है कि यार आप लोग अपने एक ही मैप अपना कंसिस्टेंट किया, कौन सा वाला है वो? मिरामर।
हाँ
मिरामार,
हाँ यही है।
यहाँ पे कराची में एक मेमार के नाम से एक जगह भी है भाई, पता है, प्रॉपर एक जगह है। अरे तुम लोगों ने कोई तैयार तो कर लिया होगा, कोई आपसे पूछे कि यार आप लोग क्या करते हो, तो आप उसको क्या बताते हो, मतलब कि हम क्या करते हैं?
बस मैं तो शॉर्ट से जवाब देता हूँ, प्रोफेशनल गेमर हूँ, लेकिन वो भी लोगों को समझ नहीं आता।
जाहिर सी बात है।
तो बस फिर थोड़ा ज़्यादा डिटेल में बताना पड़ता है, अपनी अचीवमेंट दिखानी पड़ती है उनको।
अचीवमेंट कैसे दिखाते हो, क्या
इजी होता है, बस अपना यूट्यूब दिखा तो समझ जाते हैं कि यार
बहुत सही बहस खत्म हो जाती है।
हाँ, बहस खत्म हो जाती है।
तो खान आप क्या करते हो, मतलब कि जब आपसे कोई पूछता है कि यार क्या सीन है और ये वो?
जिसको समझ होती है उसको बता दे कि पाकिस्तान को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं ये वो, और जिसको समझ नहीं होती उसको समझाते ही नहीं।
ये भी अच्छा है, बात करने की ज़रूरत ही है, बहस करने की। लास्ट PMPL के अंदर यार आप लोगों का परफॉर्मेंस, आप लोगों की बड़ी कमाल थी, आप लोग डोमिनेट कर रहे थे। उसके बाद यार वो जो 4 वर्सेस 4 वाले मैचेस होते हैं उसके अंदर आप लोग थोड़ा वीक थे। तो अभी आप लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं, आप लोग अपनी गन पावर जो आप लोगों के पास मौजूद है, जो टीम के आपने नए मेंबर्स भी इंडक्ट किए हैं, बड़ा सीन हो रहा है, तो मतलब सीन ऑन है, आप लोग संभाल लोगे आप लोगों को लगता है?
पिछली बार था कि अब हमारी थोड़ी गन फाइट थोड़ी वीक थी ना बाहर की टीम्स के मुकाबले में, तो इस बार हमने थोड़ा प्रिपरेशन ज़्यादा की है, हर एक बंदे ने सोलो अपनी गन फाइट थोड़ी अच्छी की है, तो इस बार होप्स आई है।
सोलो गन फाइट जब आप बोलते हो ऐसा लगता है कि यार कि कोई बंदा सुबह उठता होगा, अपनी अलमारी खोलता होगा, उसमें से अपनी गन निकालता होगा, फायरिंग रेंज पे जाता होगा।
हमारे ऐसे नहीं होता, हमारे साथ तो सुबह उठता है बंदा, ब्रेकफास्ट वगैरह करते हैं, फिर ट्रेनिंग करते हैं थोड़ी।
ट्रेनिंग क्या है? ट्रेनिंग
इसके अंदर एक ट्रेनिंग मोड होता है जिसके अंदर आप जाते हो, आप स्प्रे
इसी गेम के अंदर ट्रेनिंग मोड है,
क्लोज अच्छे करते हो, तो उससे होता है कि आपकी परफॉर्मेंस बेटर हो जाती है, तो जाहिर सी बात है टीम का ही फायदा है।
जिस तरह से आप हमें बात करते थे गन पावर की, कि यार आप लोगों ने कहा यार हमारे पास इनफ गन पावर है, हम लोग संभाल लेंगे सिचुएशन को। तो जिस तरह से हर एक का अपना स्किल है, 3 वुल्फ जो है वो ग्रेनेड्स के साथ बहुत अच्छा, एक वो कहते हैं कि उसका ग्रेनेड से बड़ा एक रोमांस है, हर थोड़ी बार वो ग्रेनेड फेंक देता है। यार ये क्यों करता है वो? तुमने समझाया नहीं कि इतनी ग्रेनेड खत्म हो गए फिर क्या होगा?
बस वो बहुत ज़्यादा कैरी करता है,
घर लेके आता है ग्रेनेड, कोई शॉपर करके 2-3
तुक्के बहुत ज़्यादा लगता है, किसी को बताना नहीं।
अच्छा ये ग्रेनेड में तुक्के लगने का रूम भी जो है आपने फेंका फटेगा कोई ना कोई तो लग ही जाएगा।
असल में वो थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस, थोड़ा माइंड से ग्रेनेड मारते हैं ना हम, तो ज़्यादा सोचते नहीं, वो बहुत ज़्यादा सोचते हैं नेट पे कि भाई बंदा इधर होगा था, इधर से फुट स्टेप नहीं आ रहा तो पीछे से आए, पीछे होगा तो जंप करके मार दे इस तरह, तो इसलिए उसके ग्रेनेड्स अच्छे हैं बहुत ज़्यादा।
तुम्हारा क्या फेवरेट है?
और बाकी आई नेट उसको बिल्कुल भी नहीं आती।
तुम्हारा क्या फेवरेट है? तुम्हारा क्या फेवरेट है?
मैं पहले फिल्टर करता था
सही है।
टीम को, मतलब आइजल जैसे वुल्फ होता था मैं फिल्टर करता था,
सही है।
तो अभी मैं फ्रैगिंग में आ गया। मैं गन स्किल्स इंप्रूव की बहुत ज़्यादा, तो मैं अभी फ्रैगिंग में आ गया। तो मेरी फ्रैगिंग है कि मैं क्लोज में ज़्यादा लड़ता हूँ, क्लोज गन पावर होती है तो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी है मतलब मेरी।
नाइस। और खान आपका?
मैं टीम के लिए ओपनिंग्स निकालता हूँ, लाइक अगर कोई हमें पुश करना है किसी टीम पे तो मैं फर्स्ट नॉक मैं निकाल लेता हूँ, फिर ये तीनों घुस जाते हैं, फिर मैं पीछे कवर देता हूँ कि अगर कोई और टीम आती है या कोई आगे से कोई और प्लेयर इनके पीछे से आता है तो मैं उसको।
क्या तुम्हारा DP28 के साथ तुम्हारा जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि यार जो बंदी तुम्हारी ज़िंदगी में नहीं आ रही वो इसलिए नहीं आ रही तुम्हारे हाथ में DP28 है। अच्छा यार आप लोग इस कॉम्पिटिशन में सबसे बड़ा थ्रेट किसको फील कर रहे हो? मतलब कौन है जिसको मतलब कि जिसके अंदर यार ये लोग अगर इनको कुछ हो जाए रात को अपनी R3D तो यार उनको कोई मैसेज वगैरह अगर आप लोग देना चाहेंगे? जब मैं लोगों को बताया था कि मैं PUBG मोबाइल पे जो लोग खेल रहे हैं उनका इंटरव्यू करने के लिए जाऊँ तो बॉयज़ ने मुझे बेशुमार चीज़ें कही थी उनसे पूछने के लिए। उन्होंने कहा हमें हाई कह दें, ये कह दें, वो कह दें, फलां कह दें आप लोगों के लिए। तो यार कोई मैसेज यार एक आप उनको अगर देना चाहें? कितना मुश्किल काम होता है मुझे पता है कि रस्मी बातें करना कि अपना बहुत ख्याल
यही रहना कि पाकिस्तानी फैंस बहुत टॉक्सिक है ना, लाइक तभी टीम को सपोर्ट करते हैं जब उनका अच्छा टाइम होता है।
सही है। तो यानी कि टीम को सपोर्ट करें तो उसके अच्छे टाइम में भी करें, उसके बुरे टाइम में भी करें, ओवरऑल सपोर्ट करें।
हम ये मैसेज बहुत दफा दे चुके लेकिन कोई मतलब
तो मानने बात कोई मानने क्या मुसीबत है, क्या हो गया?
बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो रही है, हमने इग्नोर करना स्टार्ट कर दिया बस, क्योंकि अगर आप उस चीज़ को माइंड पे लेते हो ना तो आप गेमिंग फ्यूचर में आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते।
ये है एक मनहूस कमेंट जो है ना दिन बर्बाद कर देता है।
दिन बर्बाद कर देता है।
क्या कर रहे हो बैठे हुए, क्यों कर रहे हो ये सब हरकतें? कोई बुरा कमेंट नहीं करेगा, कोई किस्म की हरकत नहीं करेगा, सब पॉजिटिव बातें करेंगे, ठीक है। अच्छे टाइम पे भी बुरे टाइम पे भी आप लोगों ने एक जैसा ही रहना है यार। वो टीम है भाई, वो कोई सुपरमैन है क्या हो गया? मैंने समझा दिया इनको, मेरे ख्याल में सीन होना चाहिए। तो भाई खान 420 और हमारे साथ मौजूद थे दानी। हमने दोनों से बातें की, अंदर की बातें निकलवाई, ये भी पूछा ये कैसे होगा, वो कैसे हुआ। बॉयज़ ने पूरी अपनी स्ट्रेटजी हमसे तकरीबन बताने की कोशिश भी की, सेफ भी खेले, बहुत सारे राज खोले, बहुत सारी बातें मैंने बताई। तो कुछ बातें हमने खुद ही अज्यूम कर ली और कुछ बातों के लिए हमें देखना पड़ेगा भाई जो उन्होंने बातें की हैं वो कंपटीशन के अंदर वो चीज़ें हो भी रही हैं कि नहीं हो रही। तो उसके लिए भाई वही तरीक़ाकार है, बैठना पड़ेगा, गेम को देखना पड़ेगा, उसको एंजॉय करना पड़ेगा। तो खेलते रहिए PUBG मोबाइल। ये वो बात है मान लो कि अम्मियाँ कह रही होंगी यार ये किस किस्म की बातें कर रहा है, बच्चों को मोबाइल के मुँह पे लगा रहा है। तो आंटी आपको पता है कितना पैसा कमा रहे हैं। थैंक यू गाइस, बहुत मज़ा आया, विश यू बेस्ट ऑफ लक यार। आप लोग बहुत अच्छा करोगे, क़यामत करके आओगे वापस।
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
exciting day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022, as this event is also powered by Oppo, who are our official smartphone sponsors of PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. And here we are with our second day of the first week's league stages, and joining along with me is going to be Blotter, and I think we've both been enjoying this kind of an action that we did get to witness in day number 1. But heading on to day number 2, only 16 teams are going to be heading forward to the first Super Weekend. So who do you think, Blotter, are going to be those teams who are going to be left out today?
Left out? Dude, we're just starting the day. Let's not start on a low note. Definitely not going to be answering that right now. But one thing that can be said is this is going to be the day for comebacks, right? It's going to be a day for comeback stories, especially for the teams that find themselves on that second page, of course, 12th and below, 12th position and below, the teams that find themselves, because you've got the likes of, TUF, you've got the Grounders, you've got Quraysh. There are so many known teams, very well-equipped teams that are going to be able to hopefully be able to make it into the top 16. But 5 games is all that is going to take for us to find that answer.
Oh yes, 5 games, and we've got 3 Miramars in there, and this is one of my favorite days from the entire week, because a lot of Miramar means a lot of fun, and especially with the fact that the Pakistani teams love their Miramar games, that just notches it up. But we've got to say, what a dominating affair has it been for a few of the teams, especially for Team Clarity, who have been placing in the top 3 in 3 occasions out of the 4 that they've played. So clearly they've made a very good mark entering into the PMPL this time. But there's still few teams that we've had really high expectations from, but they could not deliver. But before we talk about all that, let's take a look at the format explanation. As you clearly know, ladies and gentlemen, this time we've got 20 teams divided into 5 groups each, and they're going to be battling it out in the league days, where that is going to be yesterday and today. Yesterday's matches you've all seen. Today we are going to get our top 16 teams who are going to be heading towards the Super Weekend. Now, Super Weekend is where all the points really matter, right? Whatever you earn, they count. And after the end of the 3 Super Weekends that we have, the top 16 teams over there will head on for the finals of the PMPL Pakistan region. As you can take a look at the schedule, this is how it is all going to be panning out. So March and April, I really hope you have booked your calendars.
Absolutely, this is going to be the most important time for these fans, as well as the teams, of course, because this is the moment that they can very well follow the teams that they love. Along with that, the team that will move on fourth will be representing Pakistan, right? So it's a huge undertaking to be a part of that finale itself, because from that finals there will be teams moving on fourth, and that is how you'll know which team is going to be the one that will push on fourth. But moving away from that into the prize pool category altogether itself, we've got $100,000 that has been set up on the line for the prize pool, in which, of course, the thing that you had spoken about yesterday as well, we've got 1,408,000, correct me if I'm wrong, Fix, for that first prize.
I think it's going to be 14 lakhs or I think it is 14 lakhs indeed, or maybe more. I mean, it's confusing.
It seems our math is a little confusing. It definitely seems to be the case too, but it's a lot of money, basically. It's a lot of money. That's
it is a lot of money. I mean, something that we have never dreamt of, right? These are so many zeros attached. I've never seen that ever in my whole life. But right now, I mean, the entire prize pool, again, ladies and gentlemen, has to be 1.76 crore Pakistani rupees. That is what we're talking about, and it has been so on divided. But as we take a look at the point structure, Lakshay, nothing has really changed, right? It's been the same since almost around 2 years. We've been following this point structure. To be honest, I mean, this is a point where I'm kind of expecting something new to happen, but right now this is what we're going to follow. So if you're getting a chicken dinner, of course you're going to earn 15 points, and as many kills as you do get, you're going to get a point each for all of them. So Pakistani region, like we've already discussed, is really aggressive, right? Loves to take a lot of fights face on, and as a result they managed to get a lot of kill points for themselves. But let's take a look at the teams participating again as we head on to the squad rosters. We do have in Group A SALTxi8 Esports, Quantum Rage, Quraysh Esports and TmwEsports. Now today we've seen SALTxi8 Esports do decent along with Quantum Rage, but Quraysh Esports and TmwEsports are the 2 teams where I'm gonna have my eyes on specifically if to see they make it to the next round or not.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, you talk about TmwEsports, right? They are sitting on that 16th spot with 15 points for themselves. On the bottom is going to be on the 17th position, Quraysh Esports with just 1 point shy on 14 points. So there is a huge undertaking for both of these teams to stay in that top 16, because that is how they'll have that opportunity to move into the Super Weekend. With that, as we move on through to group number B, Group B, basically no numbers right there, but we've got QWERTY Esports. Now, the interview that we were looking at, now that is something that was very honest. I would say that was the most honest interview that I've heard in such a long time from QWERTY Esports,
Lakshay,
where indeed, so please.
how much do you think are the esports players really making? I've got to tell it to my neighborhood auntie.
Well, you know what, that 1 crore or 1760, whatever it is, that's a humongous undertaking. Just tell them that there are 3 zeros plus 3 zeros, and then there's a number that's going to be yours. So yeah, that's a huge undertaking. Now, first, that does build up pressure for a couple of these teams as well. As we've seen for the likes of 52x Rage, there have been ups and downs in terms of their gameplay. Team H2E started off really well, trying to pop off a few heads, but overall they tried to get working towards those placement points, and indeed that worked out for them. But today, will that same strategy work or not?
Oh, that I think we're all here to find out. So let's see how things really pan out as we take a look at Group C, FMxR3D. Well, another promising name, but haven't really seen any really big performances from their side. Still sitting at the 8th spot. So I must still say they're not in clear waters, right? They're still somewhere down the line doing decent, but you never know, because the point disparity is just not too much, right? If a team can make a comeback today who's in the bottom 8 or bottom 10, then I think they can definitely topple them over. So you've got to be consistent throughout the day. But as we move along, we take a look at Group D. Quite some interesting names, especially Magnus Esports. I think they've been the most impressive so far if we take a look at this group, because MetershotxSKY, of course, they did manage to get that beautiful chicken in the last game, if my memory serves me right. Yes, those 11 kills really helping them out. So they had been initially looking promising, right? They were making up to it. They were getting caught in those rotations. But yeah, today Team QWERTY is something that I'm going to really look out for, because I think it was the last game in which they finally managed to recover and get a few points for their team. But this is the group that I'm most worried about, because 3x Esports, again, one of those teams that has been really highly regarded, one of those teams that a lot of people have asked me to look out for. Well, they definitely need to look out for themselves today, because after playing 4 games, they're sitting at just 9 points. So they definitely have to put the pedal to the metal and make sure that they enter into the top 16. But Regicide, Lakshay, I mean, boy oh boy, they have been really impressive.
They most certainly have. I mean, from Voltrix to Johnny, always, no matter what happens to the teammates, they're the ones who always stand and trying to get as many placement points, as many elimination points for themselves, along with the help of course, Vaz, Nacto, and Insane. It is looking really phenomenal for the side of Regicide indeed, as they find themselves on that 2nd position of the overall rankings. So talking about the overall storyboard, let's move on ahead and have a look at what is that first page of the overall storyboard going to be looking like, where we do know the team on top is going to be QWERTY, with the way that they have just completely annihilated their competition in yesterday's lobby. This team is looking to gloriously move on into the first Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, once we do have the overall standings, our viewers are going to have a really more clearer picture, right? But we're gonna have that in a little while. But talking about how these teams have been playing now, North Esports is again one of those teams, Lakshay, that I really need to watch out for, because last time I casted in them in a minor event, they were looking really promising. But ever since last time, I think we haven't really seen some progressive improvement. Maybe today might just be their day.
It could be. I mean, yesterday we did talk about how teams were trying to get to understand their opponents, right? And talking about trying to get to understand their opponents, let's move on ahead and talk about SALTxi8. Now, this is a team that everybody knows from Pakistan region. No two ways about it. The lineup is just so clear and crypt and clear, because you've got Crypto, Blade, Ghost, Uzum. They're just the best of the best synergistic lads that you can very well come across in a team. But that conversation can very well go against them based on their yesterday's performance. I mean, yes, they're sitting on that 5th position. They've got 41 points. All right, they've had decent days, but they've had better days as well. They've had better games as well. So perhaps we can all boil it down to tomorrow was just the first day. Teams were just trying to check the waters and trying to understand what exactly are they up against.
again, at this junction, Lakshay, I'm kind of really worried about how
Right.
Salt I8 are playing because these are not promising vitals from their side, right?
Exactly.
Again, you talk about Team Salt I8, they could be one of the easy favorites of winning this whole thing, right? Heading on to the next stage as well. But how they've performed yesterday, it was not convincing to me, honestly, because I've
True.
seen Crypto doing way better than how he was performing
Exactly.
yesterday. And more than that, right, Lakshay, there's the rotation has been completely off. So let's take a look at a team card as we head in, and there you can see Clarity Esports, the tabletoppers. Now this is what I'm talking about. Now this is the improvement that Clarity Esports have shown so far, right? Heading into the tournament, a lot of people were questioning them. A lot of people were doubting them. Some said, maybe they've lost that edge. But clearly, this dominating run yesterday, I mean, out of 4 games, being top 3 in 3 games and getting a chicken, I mean, this shows how good Clarity Esports have become. Look at every single player, Zibian, 420 Boy, Trollin, all stepping up, and Team will, of course, that very good IGL that we've seen from the Pakistan region being really consistent, and especially the way he's making his team rotate around. Now, that is something that we really need to acknowledge and appreciate.
Absolutely right. There was the moment that you were so perfectly mentioning about as well. When it comes down to team and the way he's able to just control the team and create those fast angles instead of Clarity Esports is, I mean, it's just dwarfing every other team in the entire lobby. And of course, when it comes down to 420 Boys, awesome play. He was just a one-man army, dude. Do you remember that point where 420 Boy ended up coming back into the game, took down QWERTY, I believe it was, and then took on that second position all by himself? So, I mean, that kind of ludicrous play, that kind of mind games that the side of Clarity Esports showcases is the reason why this team is dominating right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think they're still gonna keep dominating. I think they're still gonna be playing a lot more with a lot more freedom, considering how they were doing yesterday. Because for sure they know they've qualified. Of course, it's gonna be about bragging rights, right? Look at this. Yeah, exactly. That is what I was talking about. The way he's been playing lately. I think it has to come down to the fact that Clarity as a team, they've improved so much. Now this is where questions are going to be raised at the players of Team QWERTY, right, who haven't really been doing well. But as we move along, let's take a look at another team card of a certain team, and who's that going to be? And there you have it, FMxR3D, another team. I mean, you talk about Pika, we've seen him in Baplu, but Finisher coming in with those 8 frags. I think I must say, they haven't been the best of the team, but they they have not been sinking at the very bottom, right? Like we said, still at the 8th spot, but they could still do better in terms of how playing today.
They most certainly can. They most certainly can. There is nothing stopping them from doing that. I mean, R3D Esports, FMxR3D Esports, in fact, is one of those teams that is very versatile in terms of whatever position they find themselves in. And that is something that we saw hints of yesterday. I mean, there were just moments where they were caught off guard making those rotations. But overall, we can clearly see when it came down to the aggressive stance that is capable of the side of this team of R3D, they are absolutely going to be pinched down their opponents. From the first game, they got 1 kill, to the next one, 3, and then moving on all the way down to the final game where they walked away with 11 elimination points. So that itself showcases that the team has the prowess. Now it's all about just gluing all of those wonderful things together and getting rid of whatever that went wrong in yesterday's plays.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of things. I think teams have managed to get a grip on what they were doing right and what they were doing wrong. But enough chatter. Let's just head into and take a look at the overall standings and find for ourselves, who are those teams still being threatened to get eliminated and not have a chance to play in the Super Weekend, in the first Super Weekend, the most important Super Weekend. But let's take a look at who have been really glorious. We've got to talk about Freestyle and Magnus Esports as well. The way these lads have been playing, definitely they have picked up the pace, and ever since, they've been doing all the right things, especially Magnus Esports. The way they've been making their rotations, you're definitely going to take a look at the mindset of their IGL as to what he's thinking and the way he's approaching the game. SALTxi8 Esports could clearly do better in terms of how they've been rotating and their close quarter combat. If they sort of fix that, I think they're gonna reach new heights today.
Absolutely, and as we move away from SALTxi8 towards MetershotxSKY, the one good game that they had in the final game of Erangel yesterday definitely helped them to their cause, as that chicken dinner, along with the 11 elimination pool, moved them up 9 positions. 9 positions, it's a huge undertaking from there, and now they need to just hold on to that position or maybe even climb up, perhaps. I mean, that's another momentum boost that could very well help them secure that top 16 position as they move into the Super Weekend. Because right now, viewers, keep in mind that as of now, no matter where these teams end up placing, the only objective is to qualify. And how do you qualify? Be a part of that top 16. Even if you're qualifying in the top 16 just solely based on the placement points, it does not matter, because the points will finally be started to calculate in the first Super Weekend itself.
Oh yeah, I mean that is where where everything's gonna go down to a hard reset. Everyone's gonna start from level 0. But yeah, I think this is where you talk about team QWERTY, right? Being at the 11th spot, they certainly could do better. They have improved considering the last matchup. 6 places up, so they
Right.
still find themselves in well, let's say deeper waters today. They've got to do a better job. But let's take a look at some head-to-head stats between two teams, and we do have Quraysh Esports and MetershotxSKY. And as we take a look at it, you could clearly see, both of these teams, right? MetershotxSKY. Well, this has been one of those teams that was getting there, and eventually, towards the very end, they found themselves a chicken dinner, right? But
True.
when you talk about Quraysh, now this is one of the teams that, well, they've been taking a lot of good fights, right? Right from the very start. I think their team game, Lakshay, you've got to agree, has been spot on.
Definitely has been. I mean, most certainly that has the reason why we can definitely anticipate the team to be able to make that rise and come back for themselves, as well as we do seem to be flying all the way into the map of Miramar. The first game is going to go live right now on day number 2 of PMPL Pakistan region, as we do have the first game going to be set up on Miramar. So right off the bat, we're going to be starting things off on Miramar, moving on to Erangel. So as Vixes did mention earlier, we're going to be looking at 3 Miramars right off the bat in today's day, with 2 Erangels that will be played. And with that, the flight path on our screens take us through this Vixes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally on with day number 2 of the first league weekdays, as the flight path heading out from Los Leones towards Campo Militar. So we're gonna expect a lot of teams that tend to drop onto its western sides have a little bit of trouble, because of course they've got to find those vehicles, and when you're all trying to eye out for those vehicles, there tend to be those situations where you sort of head off against each other, and that's something that teams would be wanting to avoid over here. Another news over here, ladies and gentlemen, is that teams from Group E will be sitting this one out. So teams from Groups A, B, C, and D are playing. So Regicide, 3X Esports, North Esports, 4VTFT. These are the 4 teams that we're going to witness in the next game in action, as they're going to be sitting it out on the sidelines, watching how these teams are going to be performing. But for now, what we can really see is clarity. They've taken a drop towards the western side over here, just on the southern areas of Minas Valley, and they're going to head out to Valdemar sooner or later, right? But you talk about Team H2V dropping off at Los Higos. Now, very unusual drop, but this is a really common circle. I think we witnessed a similar circle yesterday, which sort of ended around that junkyard region, in which R3G, that's Regicide, managed to get a beautiful chicken dinner courtesy to holding that little bit of a hilly area. But for what we can see from over here, I think teams like Team TMW, Team QWERTY, they certainly have a really good advantage, considering how they have dropped off around Hacienda del Patron and San Martin.
Absolutely, and as so you perfectly mentioned, when it comes down to comfort zone, we do have the team of course, FM, who are going to be setting themselves up at LSR, their known location, looking very comfortable, no questions, no problems whatsoever at all on their front. But on the other side altogether, on the northern side, in fact, I should mention, is going to be the side of MetershotxSKY's Mary, very, very close to the vicinity. Along with that, we've got Sharpter and Team QWERTY's Wolverine taking on those head-on shots, and Sharpter definitely did get a little bit of damage, but well, he's going to find his footing and is definitely going to be allowed to survive and maybe get some loot and maybe even retaliate, for all we know.
Oh, look at this, around Tierra Bronca, we do have another fight almost ensuing in front of us. It's MetershotxSKY Mary, who's right in front of her faster. And I think both these players do acknowledge each other's positions, right? They are aware of the same. Now we're taking a look at Pharaoh trying to join and recuperate with his own teammate. You've got Faster also there. You've got Zen and Daku coming in. But I think Halsey's position is going to be so crucial, because if he can get a loot, if he can get his loot done really fast and he starts to close in, I think there's high possible chances that 52 Rage might just get surrounded. Now, 52 Rage were looking really preposterous with their drops yesterday. You could remember that 1-1-1-1 split yesterday in the map of Miramar, but look at them closing in with the Uzi. Mary has got a hold on to his dear life, as we do have all 4 men pushing in from every possible direction, and somewhere down the line they are gonna get caught, but somehow Mary managed to get that one knock, but that's all he can as he finally falls down, as the cavalry of MetershotxSKY was a bit too late.
A bit too late indeed, but on the front for the side of 52x Rage, it definitely is a good starting to the map of Miramar. Right off the bat in the first 4 minutes itself, they've been able to accumulate 1 elimination points. But MetershotxSKY's players, Halsey as well as Ash, have finally started to push on along. And as we can clearly see, Ash trying to create that flank angle and Halsey on the other front, they are not wanting to back down. I mean, even though they are one-man short, they want to retaliate. They do not want to allow 52x Rage's players to walk out of this precarious situation that they find themselves. In fact, it's against MetershotxSKY, but they're just being ruthless in terms of how they want to approach this. But again, just a 2-man shot. I want to see where the 3rd man is. We've got Ash, we've got Halsey, but where is Khatir and his position?
Oh, I mean, if they're gonna individually take these fights, then they are basically building up their own coffins, right?
Right,
But
yeah.
for now, I mean, Halsey is being really wary. They're trying to set up a cover fire, rather crossfire over here with Ash and Halsey, both waiting for the players of 52 Rage. But this is what I love about 52 Rage, right? They're pushing in tandem with each other, and that could really work out if they can manage to get the perfect trades over here.
That is so true. That is so very true indeed. And the way the communication is being showcased from the side of MetershotxSKY, Ash as well as Halsey, I mean, it seems like Ash was the one who went out there to bait, gave in the audio cues to bait 52x Rage. And as they pushed on towards those compounds, Halsey in the back end is definitely waiting. And as he's waiting, the communication is being showcased to Ash as well. Now, in all of this, I seriously want to know where Khatir is. But as that goes on along, the Grounders, Mr. Black, takes on the competition against the players of course, the Grounders, it seemed, and to QWERTY were the one who were at the receiving end at that point in time. A few minutes ago, as the game was starting, we did see QWERTY's Wolverine take on a few shots against the players of TG, but now it is the Grounders who seem to be retaliating against that initial push.
Yeah, I think they've taken a good control over San Martin, right? Having control over the advertisement building. I think the most pivotal area, I must say, in terms of how you take over San Martin, right? It gives you an entire accessibility, gets you that aerial vision. But for now, we've got a push coming onto its Ash. Where on earth is Halsey, as Zen takes quite a little bit of damage, but it's all fine. He's gonna get himself up to full HP in no time at all. But this is where, you would expect the other players of MetershotxSKY Esports to really come in and help each other out, because right now Ash making that push from his side, I do not know if this is a really wise decision, because you're not just going against one, but you're going against a whole freaking squad.
Dude, I'm liking this though. I mean, he's not only actually baiting the players, he's given in the audio cues intentionally. He's intentionally doing it, and he knows exactly what the response is going to be. I mean, these two dudes, Ash as well as Halsey, it's only Ash actually as of now, who's definitely becoming the behemoth of all of 52x Rage. I mean, they're a 4-man squad, all hunkered down in that position. Just this one man, Ash, and Halsey of course has his background and he's going to be given that cover fire. But as of now, I mean, it's nothing up to Halsey, it's all Ash who's just completely roll and poled the entirety of 52x Rage, where they are completely bamboozled as to what side do we look on to. I mean, you can clearly see Daku's looking on to a completely different direction, and so are the other players. So I am liking the MetershotxSKY that we're looking at right now.
Oh, just when we had our eyes off, there you go. Knock comes down, and Khatir making sure he's got that right flank angle, has managed to get that knock. But there's no push coming in from MetershotxSKY Esports as of now, right? So they're gonna get them up to full HP in no time. But Zen is really hiding in a very cheeky spot. If Halsey is making that longer rotation, I think he's gonna spot that, and yes, he does. He's got all that information. Halsey completely unaware of Zen's presence. Now we've got to see who comes out on top of this one. Now this gives us enough time to talk about the fact that MSKY, they had all the time in the world to try and take to take a good position around the hills, because had they done that, they could have successfully sandwiched the squad of 52 Rage, and they could have inflicted a lot more amount of damage than they are doing right now.
Well, they definitely are, and it seems like, well, Zen, again, keeping that Zen approach. He's not letting go of this small little crate that he's found to give him that comfort. But as of now, it seems like for the side of Metershot as well, they are changing their positions. They are changing the way they want to be able to control this fight. And that is something that 52X Rage, again, they have the numbers advantage. If they play their cards right, if they have the advantageous position, which is in the name of numbers, they should be able to capitalize upon the positioning. But again, MetershotxSKY, the way they're controlling those audio cues and making the roll and pull ruckus that has been created against the side of 52X Rage is completely bamboozling, and I'm liking it. I'm definitely loving how Metershot is just completely playing with their fodder.
Oh, now as you can see, there you go, Khatir with his barrel does manage to take a spray, but not a lot of damage being dealt yet. Finally finding Faster in a very interesting position, but he did not really peek out. Instead takes the shot on the right hand side, but gets traded off instantly. Where's the remainder of the squad's members out here, as SALTxi is not going to be there in time to help his teammate out. Now this is the only complaint that I've had with MSKY. There has been no trade-offs, right? They managed to get a pick and they instantly get traded off by their opponents, instead having no response. But look at Zen, he's all prepared. He knows exactly where SALTxi is, while SALTxi is sort of not aware of his surroundings, but finally does find out. Zen does manage to get the knock and will eventually get some sort of a good thing going for his team, because I really felt like MSKY was losing the footing in this particular fight.
It seemed like it, definitely. And that, again, to answer the question, I think is going to be basically based on the numbers advantage, right? I mean, we did see Khatir take on that knock, but eventually, again, the numbers advantage favoring their opponent team. And that is the reason why Khatir was definitely just pushed on away from the lobby. And that is something that is going to irk the players of MetershotxSKY on the other front, on the other side of altogether the map itself. We've got Magnus taking on some shots. And another thing I actually wanted to bring up is if the directors could bring up the map, because I can see that we've got 15 teams that are playing right now. So am I missing something? What team is not going to be a part of it? Yep, there is a team that has not participated, and well, we shall get back to that pretty quickly as to what team is that going to be. But GG, that's not good.
Oh,
Miss out on one of these opportunities. This is just horrendous, yeah.
It indeed is,
Whoa.
right? But for now,
Dude,
I mean, taking a look
it's
at...
SALTxi8.
Right.
I'm sorry to cut you off. It's SALTxi8. I just noticed it, and the first Group A first team is SALTxi8, and it's just not here.
Now
Ouch,
that's not
man.
a good news, is it? Right?
No.
Because considering SALTxi8, I mean, you would expect them to be playing a lot more seriously than they are right now, because we do have another fight. It's been right in front of us. It's going to be Spark, who tried to take things on his own hands, but it's going to be Sirius who managed to get a successful trade over here. As Speaker, he's been finished off, but Sirius getting shot from elsewhere by the teammates of FMxR3D. As Hassan, he's going to take some cover over there, as Sirius still in engagement right now. As Hassan, he's trying to take a fight against JD, somehow manages to win that duel though, but gets instantly traded off. Now Quantum Rage really approaching Hassan, will manage to secure that kill, but for now they will get that res back up though. But Shaw, I think he's gonna make a run for his life, because none of his teammates are really alive at this point.
True, he's just a one-man army. And again, I mean, if you were to comment fixes on this push that was being showcased from the side of R3D, would you say that was a well-versed push? Because it was out in the open into the warehouse. I mean, you've got all the sides open, you've got one person in the back, but the three lads who are trying to make on the push against Quantum Rage itself seemed a bit lackluster, because there were so many openings that Quantum Rage could have defended upon, and that's exactly what they capitalized upon. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean 100%, because ideally how you would really want to take a fight in these open warehouses is find a few knocks, right? Just with one knock you cannot afford to push like that, because you're not sort of aware about where the other players are, right? And that is something that bit them in their backs, right? And they did manage to get that one finish, but they managed to lose out on 3 players. So not really the kind of fight that they would have wanted. Instead, now they're on the back foot. Now they would have to play for of survival, as we can see the circle taking a shift down the southern side a little bit. We still have the areas of junkyard, graveyard, and the edges of Hacienda del Patron area in contention. Right now, the center lines are completely vacant. Right, the center, little bit of a a high ridge area. They're still not contested. None of the teams have gone for it, and I can understand perfectly why. Right, because they do not want to get surrounded from all sides. But MetershotxSKY, the players are somehow getting a few knocks here and there. But taking a look at Tyrant, I mean, that's a really precise shooting from his side. And again, the replay where Halsey, acknowledging where his opponent was, took a jump. But we do have fights happening almost everywhere around the map. And Quantum Rage, well, the way they've been playing, I think this is again a promising start for them. And they would be looking to increase their kill tally even more.
They definitely are, or ought to be working towards trying to get that elimination points increased along with the placement points for their side, as they do need to be a part of the top 16, and they are very, very highly capable team to be able to do that. I mean, just one man army serious. He showcased that on the coast and the edges or beaches of Erangel, if I can say so. And so yeah, that is definitely capable, a very high capable team, but very close to their vicinity in the minimap we can see is another team, and that's going to be the team of Clarity. Now Clarity has been definitely popping off heads. They have been looking very crisp and clear and clean in terms of their approach into the every single game that they have played. So yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation for Quantum to be able to get away from that compound, but it seems like Clarity have a different target in their head, and that's going to be the name of XGeneration. For now, it is going to be TmwEsports bringing in a little bit of nade for 8 damage, but of course not to any sway, because the XGeneration team were far away and they seem to be actually moving away from the position as well. Maybe. But again, one thing that we can possibly talk about for Clarity is the fanned out approach that they are bringing in as they make that rotation to get into the zone.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting because, a lot of teams, and especially Clarity, they've looked really sound, and I'm going to expect nothing less from their side. Now, heading into today's evening, of course, I was sort of anticipating that the players of Clarity, they would be going all out, right, with their eyes on a blindfold, just spot out any single team, pick them up, and take them down. That should be their go-through mantra, but they're still respecting their opponents. You could see they've been playing around the rotations a lot. They've been focusing on that a little bit, but here we have the players of TUF in a little bit of a pickle over here, as one of the players, Edgar, has been taken down. So it's the responsibility of his teammate to get him back up. It's still the third circle now. It's not going to hurt you that much, and Virus giving that rest, important one, will make sure that they get inside the circle later on. But we do have Psycho managing to get the better out of TmwEsports. Now this is going to be interesting because I do not see any of the players of Clarity really coming into rescue for their IGL, as 420 boy was actually making that attempt, but I think he set his mind on just letting TmwEsports suffer and languish into that long sleep.
Damn, dude, that's an ouch moment for sure, Fixes. Because again, I mean, you talk about just a couple of minutes ago, we were looking at TmwEsports, the dude who has lost his life right now in front of our eyes, thanks to J-Dip just crushing him across his vehicle. But again, I mean, that kind of points out that you shouldn't really be a bit too greedy. When you know that your team, that is of course Clarity for the side of TmwEsports, was so scattered and spread out, why did TmwEsports have to go out there and throw that nade to allow XGeneration to retaliate? And that's exactly what happened to his face. And in doing so, sadly, his team is going to be led with, I believe, a two-man squad. On the other front, Quantum Rage seem to have moved away from the quantum warehouse that they found themselves in, and are now going to be moving into the edge of the zone as of now. But then again, when it comes to the zone, there are now so many teams that are entering the zone that these teams that are making these late rotations, they are going to have to be really, really careful.
Oh yeah, they certainly have to be, at this particular situation. But right now, as we can see, Sirius again is on a dominating spree. I think this is something that we've seen yesterday also from his side. The first game, he went absolutely ham on all those teams. And JD, he's again one of those players who's got no intention to stop. But Sensi too had other plans in mind, making sure does manage to get the trade though. But Sirius coming in from the backlines, it's going to be IQ who provides that quintessential cover fire, getting the right trade, and will give enough time for JD just to back off to get some good cover so that he can get himself back up by his teammates.
Absolutely, and once again on the edge itself, we've got another fight taking place where it is going to be from the side of the grounders against the players of the ground Team QWERTY, wherein Team QWERTY were a little bit damaged. Yep, they do have Sensei who was down. Shaptar was also down, but Shaptar has been given the revival, but now they are in a little bit of a hodgepodge situation. From one side, it is going to be the side of Quantum. On the other front, we did see there are so many teams. I mean, look at the minimap, look into the screens itself. We've got the side of Quraysh also chiming in and wanting to take on a little bit of bite of this fight against the players of the grounders, but let's see where the third party is going to be brought on from. Sensei is still down. He's been given that revival. Drawlin from the side of Clarity is going to be pushing on against the players of Magnus. Respect goes down and will probably be eliminated and get that elimination confirmed. Or not yet. All right, Magnus's players are given that cover fire. Once again, Clarity find themselves in a backdrop because this is a two-man squad going up against the four-man army of Magnus Esports.
Oh, that's not going to be a good news. But right now, what TUF are really up to is try to take down the players of TMW as Khan approaching into really close vicinity of Clarity Esports as 420 boy, making sure that he deals him with no difficulties, no trouble whatsoever. As Reaper X finally understanding the fact that Clarity, the players are situated over there, and we've got to see as to how his approach is going to be in that particular fight. But a lot of traffic around the northern areas over here, as we've got the grounders, we've got Quraysh also on the backlines, also the players of Quantum Rage in possession, but XGeneration in a little bit of situation as Sensi 2 spotting out Destroyer, who survives by a sliver of HP.
Damn, dude, this is the Sabji Mandi in the making. Definitely so many colors all across the board, and in doing so, the grounders, even though they had, okay, my called, as soon as I pointed it out, it is going to be Black, Mr. Black, who goes down from the side of the grounders, and indeed with that, grounders are still standing up with the three-man squad. As soon as I say that, my word, man, Sensei goes down, and it is a two-man squad. Shaptar trying his level best to push on against Quantum Rage's push, and it is just not enough because JD and IQ, the way they're pushing on along, across the board, they tried their level best, but indeed, and finally stopping, it is going to be Jigsaw from the side of the grounders, who is definitely going to be putting the nail to the coffin into the push that was being created, and in doing so, they've still not left. They're still left with all four players remaining survival. They all need to get revival. That's all it, and it's all down to Jigsaw. But yeah, that should be possible because there's no other team around in the vicinity. As on to the other fight, it is Magnus's Adil, not looking too good as he tried to take on the fight against TMW's Reaper X.
Oh, now that's gonna hurt because they were pushing out on a different team, and it was Team QWERTY from the far lines who managed to deal with them. Now, Team QWERTY, especially after the fact that they did lose out on Gravity, their new addition, they have been looking really sound over here in this particular situation, making sure they've got a good high ground position for themselves. But now they've also gonna make a run inside the circles. Now, that is going to be really interesting as to how they do that because two teams are approaching upon them, and I think Khan does have that information that XGeneration was just below, but it's from the backlines where Black comes in out of nowhere, manages to knock down and finish the life out of Destroyer. Now QWERTY down to a two-man squad. They've got to make a run inside the circle, and in doing so, they've got to ensure that all their players are safe and sound. But now with Quraysh, the players are heading towards the zone, but instead it's going to be Star who gets a better out of another team over there, as Wolfrey still getting himself on the kill boards, has managed to get a few knocks as the Doc finds himself all beaten and bruised over here as Thug. He's going to be fighting against the zone. He's going to go for a heal battle at this point.
Against the elements, dude, but he's trying his level best. He's being the Thug that he knows he should be, and he's trying to actually get away from the position as well, and he will be able to. All of that wonderful spray from the side of Khan is not wonderful indeed, because it is going to be the dude Thug from the side of XGeneration who will be able to get away from the position and get into the zone as well. So a GG play, Thug indeed, but now you best be careful, mate, because if you look onto the green, on into the small little mini map onto the right hand side top right, we do have FS's players, and of course that buggy has already given the audio cue to the players of FS, so it is going to be a huge undertaking for the one-man squad of Thug from XGeneration to take on that army of FS. And look at that zone, it is all FS's play, freestyle in the making. 7 teams remaining, but who has the forecast? It is going to be Team Star because of the numbers advantage.
I mean, I really love the sprout of FS. If they can hold themselves strong over here, I think they're really good to go. Tyrant definitely losing out on his life, but this split from FS is absolutely pristine. You know, if they can work this right, I think this is a chicken dinner in the making for them. But right now, Khan spotting out Thug, will pepper him down with a few bullets though, but it's going to be Malik who gets the better out of Thug, as XGeneration also take an exit from over here, as Malik is aware about QWERTY's whereabouts, as he's going to lob a nade, which does not do enough damage, but Team QWERTY, now they're going to be more alarmed than ever.
They most certainly ought to be, and with that nade that's going to be so close to Team QWERTY's Khan, they are going to have to be very, very careful as to where they put their next step, and in doing so, Freestyle's player is now going to move away from that position as he's done nading and parading, because he has to back up his team as well. Keep in mind, FS is still a 3-man squad against the 4-man army of Team Star, but as soon as I say that, that's not going to be allowed, because what a spray being showcased from the side of the Grounders, and in just a blink of an eye, Team Star have had a humongous knock to their numbers, and the Grounders are looking pretty confident, but God Fury's nade. It is just nade parading going against both of these teams as of now, and now they both go back into that survival revival position, and they are going to just slow that fight down, try and get the numbers advantage working once again for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, both the teams are doing the trades with the nades, and for now it's going to be really imperative for the players of Star Esports to really find out, in fact get their players back up, but you could clearly see death approaching you, but had it been a little bit more cooked, then that could be over the end. But the Grounders in a little bit of a situation over here, as Zixo has been spotted out, and courtesy to Hang, a really good spray from his side, and as Star successfully managed to eliminate the Grounders. This is where Team QWERTY, they're going to be trying to make some move, but Team Star, I think they've held on to their numbers in a really lovely fashion, and so have the players of H2E. But this all comes down to where the circle is going to take the next shift, who's going to have the better of the zone, as Wolverine does manage to get the better out of God Fury. Let's see if Star can manage to find a few trades over here, because they still are enjoying a decent amount of numbers advantage to their name, but Malik spotting out Khan will make no delay in knocking him out of this game right now.
Absolutely, in doing so, it is going to be Team QWERTY who have been receiving a back end because they were a 2-man squad, and now with that perfectly set up nade coming in from the side of Malik, it is going to be the end of the dude, and in doing so, we're left with just 3 teams remaining. Team QWERTY, honestly gotta say, Fixes, they had a good start to this day. I mean, we were hoping to see this sort of a playstyle from the side of Wolverine and Khan and the likes, and they are doing so precariously well, and with doing that, they are going to be eliminated on the 4th position with 3 elimination points for their side. So we've got 3 teams remaining, a 4-man army from the side of H2E. Same is the case from the side of Team Star, but it is FS who is here to throw in a little bit of a curveball. And talking about the curveball, look at that zone moving away from all of these teams.
Oh, it's a very interesting Mexican standoff that's building in front of us over here. Now the question is, Lakshay, that who's going to make that first move in, right? That is going to be interesting, and I think Dread has managed to do that, and I really like how they're approaching this one, right? Having 3 players on the backlines, having control over that higher ground, but taking a look at Usama, he was trying to make a really bold move, and he's managed to do so, almost made it count, but the trades are not really working out in his favor. Now this is what I was talking about, right? 2 teams engaging against each other, the third really capitalizing upon it, and this chicken dinner certainly heading towards H2E's way with the way that Malik has been knocked out. It's all down to Black and Wasi to somehow pull that victory dance for their team. But are the players of H2E gonna let that happen, because they've made their way successfully inside the circle?
They definitely have, and now we've got FS, where indeed they are going to try and get Tyrant revived, which is going to be a 3-man squad from their side. On the other front, H2E, I mean, they're still holding on to those numbers with a 4-man squad and a 4-man army, but will that be enough against the army that is the side of FS? But it seems like Malik was not possible to be given that revival, and in doing so, it is going to be a 4v1 situation. It is going to be all down to FS's Black, but of course, that is a bit too late, a bit too end to that entire ruckus, and in doing so, it is H2E who are surprised, to my surprise at least. It is H2E taking a chicken dinner, a very weak chicken dinner coming in from their side. The way they played it, again, there are no rule books. There's no rule book to it, right? No matter how you take that chicken dinner, you get no elimination point and walk all the way into the final and get that based on just being the final man surviving. It doesn't matter. You get a chicken dinner nonetheless, you get 15 points nonetheless. So yeah, I mean, GG play from the side of H2E, but FS, they tried to hold their fort for as long as they could.
I mean, to be honest, I really loved what H2E did, right? Everything was picture perfect for them. Now, they
Right.
realized, they had the high ground advantage to themselves. So, what they did is they let one of the players go down inside the circle, and the remainder of the three players were ensuring that they provide that quintessential cover fire. And
Right.
the best part about this entire thing was when the other two teams were fighting amongst each other, that is when the remainder of the players of H2E, instead of capitalizing on the situation then and there, they managed to get inside the zone first. Now, once that fight ended over there, where Freestyle did manage to see things through, they went and got the lights out of them and managed to secure that beautiful chicken dinner. And that is what, to be honest, we were waiting for. So for the new teams to come in and get those chicken dinners, and H2E did a really massive job at that. I mean, get 6 kills, get 2 kills. As long as you're getting those chicken dinners, you're ensuring yourself you're getting those crucial 15 points. And now they matter a lot, because after this game they've directly propelled themselves up to that 5th spot. But right now, what
Exactly.
we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, is take a quick little breather, because right after that we will be back with the post-game analysis.
Go.
It's our chance.
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
All right, and of course, we've got the first game done of the day. An exhilarating one is what that was, CA, as we did move in through Miramar, and it was none other than H2E taking the chicken dinner. FS pushed on to the backlines, or the sidelines, I should say, based on the numbers advantage that H2E pushed in along with.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It was a very exciting game. Blotter to start off our match 2, and I hope it's only going to continue on that same note and hopefully deliver. I still want to see a few of those teams that have been left behind from day 1 try to step it up in game 2. We didn't see all of them here in this match 1. And I think Miramar usually has been a map of redemption for teams like this, so maybe they can make it happen there.
You know, you are so bang on the money, dude, because again, I was just looking at the leaderboard itself, and we've got Team QWERTY, right? The day started off with Team QWERTY sitting on the 11th position, and based on the way that they were able to play this final game, they have moved up quite a big chunk. We shall see that in the overall ranking, but before we move on to that, let's have a look at the MVP coming to ban from the side of Team H2E. Now, looking at that knock and elimination, that is just complete domination from the dude, and with that damage of 742, absolutely destructive play from his crosshairs down to the neck of his opponent, absolutely pristine on point. So definitely does deserve the MVP from the side of H2E. With that, as we move on through, dude, look at that. He is supposed to be a support, and he's getting the MVP from the team.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at some points you gotta just get it done for your team, you know. And Pan being doing exactly that in a great fashion. Match 1 that too, so it's sure to give his team a ton of momentum going in. But 2 players from the Grounders in the top 5, showing you that the Grounders have come to fix some things. Of course, Wolverine from QWERTY as well. That's a team you were talking about. I think a team that we hope will be able to build on this, because yesterday was not the greatest of days till they finished it off on a decent fashion. So I think really the question has become now, can they find consistency on day 2?
And that can be said for Team Grounders as well. I mean, we do see Jigsaw and Mr. Black right there, but they did finish, or rather they started the day off on the 14th position in the overall ranking. So they do need to bring in this sort of a gameplay every single game to be able to push on forth into the top 16. With that, as we move on through to the head-to-head, we've got Team H2E, the chicken dinner winner team of the first game that we've had today, compared to the second of this first game, that is going to be Freestyle. Now 18 total points is what they walked away with, 7 knocks with 1035 damage received for FS, wherein H2E, look at that once again. I mean, you take that strategy back what they did yesterday, right? See, they have been so very passive, but they only pop in when they know the heads are theirs for the taken.
Exactly, and it's not like they haven't done that fighting at all, right? Like you said, it's all about the right tactical moment. They do have the most damage dealt as well, so it shows you that in that regard, they're able to pick that right tactical moment absolutely perfectly, and you can see exactly why Pan got the MVP. He's got the highest limbs, he's got the highest damage. Pan just completely owning that lobby right there, and we'll hope to continue that form in the second match. But I think Jigsaw is going to be a little upset with the way it went. He has the highest knocks, but unfortunately wasn't able to convert a lot of them into eliminations.
Well, it's all thanks to HUE Pan, because he was just pan-frying his opponents one way or the next. And as we move on through from one start to the next, we are going to be looking at the match summary. My apologies, the match ranking, where we do know who got the chicken dinner, but right behind them were FS with 6 eliminations, 18 total points based on the placement points as well, and then comes in Team Star. Now that's another team to actually talk about, because if we have a look on to the day start of the overall rank, and Team Star were at the bottom of the totem pole on the 20th position, and here they are with 15 points, a big leap for them, as well as the Grounders, as well as QWERTY. Definitely day number 2 is turning out to be a game changer and a day of comebacks.
Oh yeah, and we'll have to hope that it continues in this fashion. So at the end of this day, we get to see a really close set between all of these teams. We get to see very minimal difference in terms of the 16th team to say the 20th team. But with teams like TMW still not able to find the form, it's looking quite frightening for them, I'd most definitely say. And they're going to have to try and make it happen in these next few matches. You don't want to leave it till the very end to try and scramble out as many points as you can. You know, that's usually the state where luck starts becoming a factor, and as a professional player, you never want luck to be a factor. You want to control your own destiny.
Definitely. I mean, none of these players, I'm sure none of these players are going to be relying on that luck. But okay, in certain sense, one can say that as soon as the game starts, I'm sure they are relying on a little bit of that PUBG luck, because the PUBG gods, they end up deciding where the zone is going to be, right? And that is the only say that these players can have, I don't know, spiritually or whatever, but moving away from any of those conversations. I'm looking on forward to the next game. Now, today we started off with Miramar, so that means the next game is going to be placed on Erangel. And yesterday, if at all, yesterday is to showcase anything, right? We talk about Erangels, and it was Magnus who was just completely popping off heads, right? I mean, that team was all over the place with the way that they showcased that. But again, I was going to ask you if that would be the case or not, but let's go through the zone analysis first. So a very generic circle is what I would kind of call it. It was just a certain shift that ended up happening right about now, but it jumped down south, and that is where it left Terra Bronca, where we did have two of these teams, Metershot and the other, who were left all by themselves. But now, as the zone moved on along from that position, FS, look at the way FS is positioned, and this is when they start making that move from one mountain hill to the next, and they slowly get into the zone itself. And then, as the next circle shifts, the zone is entirely theirs for the taking. They've got the control. It's out in the open. It's all out in the open. All the teams are taking on those third-party shots against each other, but the team of FS is just slowly and chilling along. But this is when things went completely haywire against them, because H2E had the numbers advantage, Team Star had the numbers advantage, and FS were so far away from the center of that zone that left them a little bit in the cloud dust of the Miramar Desert.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen this with Freestyle time and time again, where it feels like towards the mid half of the lobby, they're in an amazing position. They're getting their fights in order. They're looking like prime contenders to pick up the winner chicken dinner. But in that final circle, because of all of those fights, they usually end up getting caught and not able to transition into a perfect position. And that's where the patience of teams like H2E really pans out and is able to get them victories in this place. So we'll have to see if Freestyle, though for them it won't matter that they aren't able to get the WWCT, because for them it's all about accumulating as many points as they can to ensure that they get the win. But having a look at our Oppo moments right here, Blotter, I think one thing that we got to see, which was very different from the natural Miramar that we expect, was a lot more fights in the early stages.
That is true. But then again, we've spoken about this as well. Whenever you do end up seeing two teams take on those early fights, they end up waiting for that blue zone to catch on to them. And as they do end up waiting, one of those teams is definitely going to get eliminated, if not both of them. And that's exactly what happened with MetershotxSKY. They took on that fight for such a long time. As soon as they entered the zone, then at such a late rotation, they were caught off and popped off away from the lobby at least. And from the other front, R3D. Now, this is another approach that was not panned out for them. They did get that one knock They pushed on out in the open against that warehouse, but yeah, that was just not the way you want to play those sort of cards. Wow.
Yeah, exactly, and it was quite unfortunate for them in that regard. But at the same time, at this point, like on day 2, when we're so close to a super weekend number 1, unfortunately, just doesn't cut it. I think teams have to find a way to get past things like that and really make it count for themselves. And that's where the performance of teams in day 1 also matters. The teams that did phenomenally can afford to really step off the beat a little bit, not too much, just a little bit. So and then push back in the super weekend itself. And I think we are starting to see that in some regard. But one thing that is for sure was Freestyle was smacking on in terms of every shot they were hitting. Those long range battles, especially for Freestyle, were absolutely phenomenal.
They most certainly were. And going back to Clarity as well, I mean, that team is also popping off a lot of heads, keeping in a very cool and calm, composed approach into every single game that they jump into. With the synergy that Clarity have, the clarity of the mind that they're playing the games, they are definitely looking to dominate the entirety of this lobby as they're doing so comfortably. But on the other front, a team that did not participate in the first game, dude, as you were just talking about it, right? You can take a little bit of a chill back, the teams who've had a decent day number 1.
Yeah.
Well, SALTxi8, they've had a decent day, right? I mean, they were on the 5th spot, so alright, it's decent. But right off the bat in the day number 2, they miss out on the first game.
Yeah, I think that's a little too much chill though. You can't really afford to miss the entire match itself. So, hey, maybe for all we know, maybe SALTxi8 will come back in the next match and just show up with a winner chicken dinner. We'll be like, yeah, we were actually having our actual chicken dinner. And then we came ready to grab the PUBG Mobile chicken dinner right here, and we'll have to see. I mean, it could end up hurting though, Blotter, if it goes down to the wire.
If they're not able to capitalize on every single game remaining, because every single team is basically going to be playing 4 games each. Even though we've got 5 games in total that will be played, viewers, every team, as they've been subdivided in 5 individual groups, will be playing 4 games. So that means SALTxi8 is only left with 3 games. Even though they were on that 5th position as the day started off, now not playing the first game, not being a part of the first game, they will be dropped down a little bit when it comes down to the overall ranking. But before we move on to that, let's move on and have a look at the damage graph. And well, what can I say? I mean, you've got New York Towers all the way through from Manhattan to New Jersey. I mean, there is a little bit of that downtown area from TMW. But overall, this is just, like you said, an aggressive stance being showcased from the entirety of the Pakistani region.
Yeah, a lot of damage done really from a lot of the teams. I think what it tells us is that we got a lot of skirmishes, a lot of teams exchanging blows here and there, and of course healing then right back up. But what I've really got my eyes on is that from Team Grounders, they got a lot of eliminations, they got the most damage in the lobby. They're looking like a team that is going to get off to a sound start, but it looked like this yesterday as well. They got off to a decent start yesterday and then kind of disappeared towards the end. I think that's the thing they're going to want to change. Getting off to a really good start here today. If they're able to continue this momentum, it would be crucial for them.
Dude, I'm telling you, from QWERTY, if Khan and Wolverine hold their fort, right, if they're just able to stand tall, I believe those are the, I mean, because again, I've casted these dudes earlier as well, and if those 2 dudes stand tall, the entirety of the team stands tall with them, and they're just able to glance through whatever Herculean task that they're faced with, and the same can be said for the Grounders as well. But let's see if that will be the day turner or the day churner for these 2 teams on the other front as we move on to the overall ranking. Let's see who will be remaining on top. It is still going to be Clarity, but Team H2E making strides, made 5 positions jump.
Yeah, as well as Team QWERTY. Now in the top 10 from 11 to 9, they're going to be very happy with that. But most definitely, I think H2E is one to keep your eyes on. And as long as they continue a decent set of results, they will most comfortably be able to secure their spot. But SALTxi8, that's a scary one, because as you can see, they're pushed down to the 7th spot. 3 matches left, of course, still. But if they're not able to milk the value out of those 3 matches, then suddenly they might find themselves in trouble if any of these teams in the second page really are able to step up. And I think, really, again, teams that we are looking forward to seeing, especially XGeneration Blotter. This is a team that finished 3rd in the qualifiers, but so far in PMPL spring season first week, just not able to find form, still not even getting double digits on board.
Hey, say, don't get ahead of yourself, mate, because what I would like to say is kudos to you. You joined in for the second game. The first game, 3x was not playing because Brooklyn was not playing. And so maybe you could be the lucky charm that we were waiting for 3x. So back at you, mate. It might just be possible, right? it is definitely out there.
Oh, most definitely. I think they'll be hoping for the same. And yeah, I do get what you're saying. They didn't really play the first match, I know, but I think for them, that statistic as they look into this second day is just going to be stuck in their mind, right? Like, how do we not even get double digits on day one? Because I say this in the sense that we have very high expectations from this team, right? They're a team that played phenomenally in the qualifier, and the expectation was that they will be able to continue their form, maybe even be challenging the likes of QWERTY, the teams that came in from the South Asia, but instead they're just trying to make it to the Super Weekend. But I will tell you, it doesn't matter if you finish 1st or 16th in the weekday stages. It only matters where you finish in the Super Weekend, because that's where the points end up coming for the finals. So as long as they're able to make it into the Super Weekend, then in that Super Weekend stage, they can try to ramp it up.
Exactly, so beautifully mentioned by you and explained as well, because in the end, viewers, all these matches during the league play days, the matches that are being played over the 2-day span, is all about which team is going to be able to qualify for the Super Weekend. And to qualify, these teams, they need to just get, either it be placement points, either it be elimination points, be in the top 16. That's all. 20 teams are playing from all the 5 groups. 16 teams will move into the Super Weekend, and for that is what this entire grind is about. Now, talking about the grind itself, we've got Group E chiming along. That means Regicide is going to be playing MetershotxSKY, will be chiming in along with 3x as well as TV4FT. But the team that will not, or rather the teams on the group which will not be participating in this one, correct me say if I'm wrong, is going to be Group number D, right? Group D is not going to be participating. So that means QWERTY, who've had a big jump, kind of a big jump, are not going to be participating. MetershotxSKY, XGeneration, as well as Magnus Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if 3x Esports, North Esports for that matter, these teams that are stuck towards the bottom half of the match overall ranking so far can push back in Erangel. The match is ready to start, and I'm excited to see it happen as we head on from the Gladiator Arena directly into our plane and see what flight path we're going to get. Ooh! It's actually just the straight up fruit ninja, slice it down the middle, south to north flight path, or is it not the south? Am I looking at it wrong?
It's not the south. Yeah, exactly, Savoni, right? That's what I was also looking at, and this is going to be really good news, because we do know for the likes of Team Star, no, not Team Star, because Team Star likes to go on down towards the western front, the northwestern front, but 52x Rage, there we go, 52x Rage, this is just the moment that they had been waiting for, because that team loves to go all the way up north towards Talberg, and pretty much no other team is around there to contest them, so that's going to be working out crisp and clear for their side. Same can be said for Quantum Rage, as Quantum loves to go down towards Yesnaya. Yesterday they did the entire same thing, they're doing the exact same strats today as well, and I'm just keeping an eye out as to what team is going to be changing those sort of metas.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see maybe a couple of drop contestations or two, you know. Well, of course, getting points is an easy way to get yourself into the top 16. Another way to try and ensure it is to kill the teams that are contesting with you for that top 16. So just land with them, take the fight early on to them, and even if you lose a hefty number, as long as you eliminate them, you guarantee that they're not going to be able to go over you. So it's a little bit of a risky strat, but it's one that would add a layer of entertainment that I most definitely would be in favor for. But talking about layers of entertainment, it seems like the PUBG Mobile gods are ready to deliver. A very interesting circle formed right here, Blotter, an eastern circle, really going to favor teams that are towards that Milta area, especially if any team does end up going to Milta Power early. I think they will be in a good spot for the first circle, but if it ends up taking another western shift or a centralized shift, they're going to find themselves in hot water.
Well, let's find out what the case is going to be. But definitely when it comes down to the way the zone has been created, right, that is just the first zone itself, where we're looking at almost about 20 to 30% of the zone being in the water. So I'm hoping, I mean, it does not really happen, but I'm hoping that the zone shifts entirely towards the east and pushes all of these teams to rush towards Lipovka. I mean, that is one of those one in a lifetime sort of zones that you end up playing. But yeah, that's going to be absolutely ludicrous. But talk about ludicrous plays. Johnny trying his little best to get a little bit of that spray on towards... Sorry, carry on.
Okay.
Come on, TFT.
Okay.
This is not what we anticipated, man.
Well, I'm sorry. Before we TFD will lose a member quite comically. Has Swiss Blood. I'm not sure. You can see the player also. He's just laughing. He's like, LOL. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you for the free point, I guess.
Wow. And there we have it. I mean, you were just talking about Milta Power, and here we have TFD, the team that is going to be, well, you called it on a completely different side, that the team that finds themselves towards the Milta Power region are definitely going to be in much better control of the position. Yes, they will probably be, but sadly, TFD's one player has been lost to the cause, and that's going to be Vashu. So they have been left with just a 3-man army to get this game continued for their side. On the other front, I mean, if we talk about a team that did not participate, it was the side of SALTxi8, and this time around they are in the lobby, and they've once again gone back to their known drop location of the military base. So we shall have to see what sort of a comeback story can we anticipate from their side. Again, I mean, they're on the 7th position, the overall storyboard, so they're okay, but again, for the name that they're carrying on, SALTxi8, they can do a lot better, and they've got this game and the next 2 games to prove it.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think right now they've got themselves in a very comfortable spot with their standards. So Snovka military base drop. There's nobody else even on that island. So if they want, they could make a casual stop at Nova Ripnoi, grab some extra loot before they head on towards the northern side of the mainland. Unless the circle actually ends up taking a southern shift and involves Sosnovka. I'd love to see that personally, because it would give what you talked about with respect to a lot of the circle being into the water, while showing us some of that bridge control play really come into action. As you can see, imagine this takes a bit of a southeastern shift, like where Nova Ripnoi, Farm, Milta Power all become crucial points. SALTxi8 would just be like, well, we're just going to sit on the bridge and wait for you guys.
Exactly. I mean, this is going to be hunting season for the side of I8 if that ends up becoming the case, right? That's a big if. But on the other front, talk about 3x, the team that's pretty much finding themselves in the smack center of the zone as of now. It seems like they are roaming around with a 2-man split. So Kronos and the man is going to be on one side, and his teammate along with Ali and Miracle, I think it is, who are going to be pushing onto the other front. And it is going to be a tricky situation for their side, but let's see which way that is going to turn out to be. 52x Rage finding themselves into the comfort of the zone from the north as they dropped on to the Stolberg region. H2E, a team that got an amazing chicken dinner in the first game of Miramar, also looking pretty comfortable onto the Pachinki region. But is there a team around to contest them? There will be in just a minute's time, I think.
Yeah, potentially. But right now, towards that school area, we've got MetershotxSKY and FMxR3D actually quite close. You don't see them on MetershotxSKY's screen just yet, but you might real quick. And to add on top of that, from the northwestern side, we've got another team starting to come in. I believe it is Team Star starting to come in towards the Rozok area. So potentially a hotspot right here, the northern side of the circle, as every team tries to make the rotations happen. And talking about rotations, Quantum Rage will have to try and do the same. It could take a really important part of area under control. They have Yasnaya Polyana right now, but I'd say the southern side of Yasnaya Polyana, really the edge of this city, where they can also look to potentially third party that hotspot I was talking about, because I'm noticing on the map a lot of teams' rotations crossing with each other might just end up becoming a bloodbath. Look at that, FMxR3D and that Star, I believe. And right there, God Fury gets knocked and finished. Alright. And just like that, Star's rotation shut down. FMxR3D pick up an easy elimination.
R3D definitely do get that one elimination point for their side. On the other front for Star, they are definitely not aligned for them as they make that rotation, but indeed they've only lost the 1 man to the cause. The man army will still push on to get into the comfort of the zone as they push on east towards Lipovka. Team Star trying to get towards Lipovka from the looks of it. On the other front, when it comes down to the team of TMW, they are also in the vicinity of Team Star, still making their way towards the eastern front of the map. 52x Rage find themselves in the comfort of a compound as of now, and for the likes of TFD 4V, they are well, where are they? I'm trying to find them. Never mind them. Regicide taking on a clear shot against the players of 4VTFT once again. So it seems like 4VTFT, the Milta Power initially where we saw them, has definitely not favored them because they've lost 2 members of their... no, that was just the same replay. Yeah. Right. So there's still a 3-man squad, my apologies.
Yeah, 4VTFD just right now chilling in their current location. I believe they are towards the eastern front of the map. I'm actually got my eyes on Yeah, it's actually this exact location, because you can see towards that bridge area, SALTxi8 now starting to make the moves. Quraysh
Yes,
Esports,
there
I
they are.
believe, actually have already established themselves on near the bridge, and Regicide have farm control. So if Quraysh actually try to gatekeep that area around the bridge and engage a fight in between them and SALTxi8, then Regicide will suddenly have their eyes light up, be like, wait a minute, there's two squads, an easy third party, and maybe picking themselves up in that regard. But I'll tell you what, Plotter, a team that is right now catching my eye is also 3x Esports, smack bang in the center of the circle. It is a team that we wanted to see a better performance from today, and they've got the early rotations on to get themselves in a good spot with respect to the circle. So we'll see if they can try to make it happen.
Exactly, if they can capitalize on that position, that would be lovely to see from the side of 3x. On the other front, the team that were looking pretty phenomenal in the previous game, the Grounders, they are making a very, very late rotation from their known drop location of Ferry Pier down towards Primorsk. But indeed, from doing that, they have spent a lot of chunk. I mean, the past 8 minutes pretty much, they have been out in the blues. So that is going to be a little bit of a cause for concern as they make that rotation, because in their path is going to be, there we go, FS. Now, FS, if they catch hair of the rotation, this is going to be troublesome. And look at that zone. It is sticking to the east, and it is sticking to that military power for now. But what about I8? What is going to be their decision now? I mean, it seems like the next shift, it is going to get away from the military base. So I8, are they going to be swimming? Are they going to try and go through the bridge? Or are they going to decide to go into the blues altogether, to go all the way through? I mean, yeah, it's a tricky position that I8 are in.
I think they could also go to Novoripnoi, grab a couple boats, and then just get themselves on the southeastern edge of the mainland itself. It's completely empty right now, and it would be a really cool spot for them to find themselves in, just like at the south of Milta Power, basically. But I don't think they're going to even try that till they actually get an engagement in the bridge, first of all. So we'll have to see how that ends up on out. Right now, TMW in a very congested area. As you can see nearby on the map, FMR3D trying to make the rotations happen quite close to the airdrop actually that we just saw with the Groza in it. So I'm curious to see if any team actually dares to stop out in that open area to pick up the weapon from the airdrop, because I'm sure a couple of teams have got their eyes on it and are just waiting for someone to turn up so that they can snipe them down instantly.
Definitely. I mean, the number of colors and the, again, this is just bonker fish market that's been created in the center of the zone as of now. On the other front, towards the western top north, we did see TUF making that rotation from the side of school. So they are making a very late rotation, but never mind the late rotation from their side, because NES definitely have found themselves in a pretty precarious situation against the players of R3G. And R3G, they have decided to not retaliate as of now. They are going to be falling back. Voltrix is really far off into the church, I believe he is in, and Insane had a completely different fallback going on for himself as well. So R3G are pretty fanned out, and the way that NES is wanting to try and take on this fight might not help them.
And all of the teams are seemingly coming around this farm and Milta area. It's like every team is trying to get into the center of the circle. It'd be quite funny if the circle ends up taking a northern shift or a southern shift. Just be like, psych teams. We're talking about psych Quantum Rage right now in an engagement with TMW. They're able to get 2 players down, and STI8, they tried to force the bridge, and they're going to pay the price now. Quraysh Esports have been waiting a long time for someone to come so they can punish, and their patience has been rewarded.
It definitely has. For now, they've been able to get that knock, but the elimination point has not been given to them. So that means SALTxi8 will still be able to get that revival done. All 4 players will still be able to survive, but I am just waiting to see what you predicted. Could this zone actually backfire all these teams' positioning? We shall find out on the other side of the map altogether. We did see the grounder Shaptar taking on some fights, and dude, what a spray coming in from Reviews, and in doing so, that flank angle that he's created, getting away from his teammates who are very close to the bridge, it is definitely helping the cause for SALTxi8, and now it is their position and their moment to take down the players of Quraysh.
Imagine if it takes a southern shift and suddenly SALTxi8 like, guys, what are
exactly,
you doing?
Right? That's what
We just gotta get back.
If that happens, that would be one of a kind cast that I would have been a part of, honestly. But let's see if that will be the case. Hardly, or maybe highly unlikely is what the case is
it took Northern. Psych teams indeed.
not what we anticipated. Now, every single... This is the second game of the day, of course, just the second game. But every single circle shift that has happened today has been so chaotic, has been such Sabji Mandi situation that's been created every single time. It's just not what I anticipated, but definitely loving it because this is the league play. And wait, he's smoking his opponent. Oh, he's smoking for himself, of course, yeah. Why would he smoke his opponent to help out? But yeah, of course, this is FS's Bossy, and he's going to be hoping to get a little bit of loot from the opponent. And the grounders, we did see the teammates out in the vicinity, but definitely they will not be able to help out much. Or on the other front, from Regicide, insane, a crazy amount of spray, but sadly, none of that ended up causing any cause for concern for Quraysh Esports as they easily made that rotation out of that position.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, it does seem like Quantum Rage and TMW are in the best of spots with compounds already secured in this circle. And of course, the teams that were at Middletop Power, FMxR3D and 52 Rage as well. SALTxi8, not much so. They're trying to get across the edge of the shoreline, trying to stick to the beaches and make their way towards that small gap that you can see near Middletop Power, while Team Grounders and Regicide, they're engaged in a little bit of a skirmish. Neither team actually wants to commit to this fight because they know how important the rotations are right now. But with both of the teams not really willing to make a move, it does become a stalemate where both of them end up stuck. We'll have to see which team does make that decision to commit one way or another, either just run or fight.
Well, insane from the side of Regicide. I mean, he has a very perfect approach to this entire fight because he knows where the opponent is. They know that they're at the edge of the zone. His opponents, or rather his teammates, Insane's teammates, Regicide's teammate, have already moved on to a flank angle. So all they gotta wait is for the zone to constrict. And then Shaptar and his teammate are going to be in a very, very tricky situation because as soon as they get out of that compound, they know that they'll be fired upon. If they stay there, the blue zone is going to eat them alive. So Insane, all he has to do is just stick down his neck and just hold on to that trigger finger.
If you can actually see the map real quick, I'm noticing on the northwestern side, QWERTY and TUF are making that rotation from there to try and potentially grab Prison early. I think TUF is going to be the team that gets there first, but if they end up engaging with each other, or maybe QWERTY just ends up staying at shelter, then the small luck factor will come into play. But hold on, was his head spotted by RROP? He's gonna hope that was peaks again, but it's not gonna happen. It's just skirmish for skirmish around every side. This next circle shift is what is gonna cause a bloodbath instantly. If this shifts north again, then TUF and QWERTY are in the perfect position. It does exactly that. Prison and shelter are the places to be at with this circle shift, and TUF and QWERTY have got it in the bag.
They definitely have. All they got to do is hold that fort and maintain it for as long as they possibly can, and the game could very well be theirs. Talking about the numbers advantage, TUF definitely standing tall and strong on the other front, getting back to the situation that Insane and the Grounders were facing. It is Jigsaw and Shaptar who've decided to get into their buggies and try and get out of there as fast as they possibly can, and it seems like Insane from the side of Regicide is not going to allow or be interested in that, but what can you do? Well, hold on. It seems like the reason the Grounders stopped, I have no idea why. That was just a target practice for Insane, and in doing so, what have Shaptar and Jigsaw done? Wow, I'm speechless, dude. Why would they want to stop there? Okay, so that happened.
Maybe because they're the Grounders, so every few minutes they have to stop.
They just gotta ground themselves.
Yeah, to recharge, they can't just keep riding in the car because then they run out of ground power. No, we're kidding, guys. That was just a comical error. We're talking about comical errors right now in this 1vx situation. Virus is all alone, but he's already found 2 knocks, looking for many, many more. The revive is being initiated on Pharaoh, I believe, and on the other side, Zen trying to make it happen for himself too, but Virus, he's trying to live up to his name right now and infect 52x Rage, and he's got the backup as well from his team to try and make it happen. But 52x Rage, they fight back. This fight is also crucial for these teams as well because it's all for that important spot in the circle around that prison area.
Exactly, and Edgar is going to be the one who will try, but not as fast as Rage faster, because 52x Rage is, well, the dude is definitely fast. It's written in his name, and in doing so, he has definitely pushed on that push coming in from the side of TUF. Now, final player from the side of TUF is going to be Joker. Now, he is the man who has to stand strong, as Zen has already been revived. He's going to be getting himself patched up and get more of his teammates revived. As he does so, the numbers advantage is definitely going to be shifting away from TUF into the favor of 52x Rage, and this is all that it was going to take. Joker, what exactly are you going to bring to the table? Faster with the UMP is looking pretty comfortable, so is Joker, sir, but 2v1 situation against Joker is definitely not going to help his cause, and 52x Rage, with all 4 players still surviving, 3 players surviving, are going to be able to move away from that fight.
Yeah, and in that same time, I believe QWERTY in a fight with another team right here almost got shut down, but it was actually TmwEsports surviving against all odds. Now you're able to get his team back, and we're seeing back-to-back eliminations as QWERTY, as you can see now in the kill feed, was against H2E, but we're having teams drop like flies, Blotter, as the circle is starting to close that bloodbath. QWERTY have their position sorted. 52x Rage have earned one for themselves, but the unlikely winners amongst all of this are actually FMxR3D and STI8. But hold on to that thought for a second, because right now Star are trying to make their way into the circle. They're being gate kept by TMW.
I'm liking the rotation that I have already made, and the way that they've pushed on to the edge of the zone. It is looking pretty comfortable for their side, but yep, there we go. They are very close to the vicinity of TMW is what my butt was, but that butt has been answered with a wonderful I8 spray onto their opponents, and with that, the zone shifts once again. Once again, the zone is moving away from these teams, pushing them into a lot of chaotic positions.
Oh, you gotta get that compound on the southern side of prison. If FMxR3D is able to get there first, surely that compound more or less denies victory, because look at the rest of the area. It's completely open ground, so if you get that compound early, it could mean that you win the game. Right now, Star is not concerned with that. They're trying to eliminate the obstacles in front of them, and they've done so with dropping a couple of players right here. Still, a couple of players from TMW very much alive, and they're going to have to get rid of them so that they can focus on the rotations. But they've got trouble from every angle. You got Regicide on the left trying to just hightail it on out of there. STI8 on the right trying to chime in with the shots. And all of this while Regicide, now having reached the circle, will start trying to third party. So Star in a very, very difficult situation and finding it quite difficult to get out of it.
Absolutely, with that 10 teams remaining, 30 players alive, 20 minutes into this game. QWERTY with just a 4-man squad, still looking comfortable with all 5 elimination points confirmed for their side. Team Star, as CA was just mentioning, are trying to hold their fort for as long as they possibly can with 2 elimination points confirmed for their side.
Look at this, SCI8 managed to getting into the circle from the eastern side. Regicide thought they would third party the fight between TMW and Star, but instead SCI8 have gotten in on their flank, and they've left Regicide caught in the middle. Look at the number of teams in this one small screen. You've got SCI8 on the eastern side, Regicide stuck in the middle, Star and TMW up on top of the hill, while Quantum Rage chimes in with shots from all the way back. It's JD actually who managed to find the knock on Osama, and Sirius getting the confirmation. While on the western front, we've got QWERTY and 3x engaging in a fight for that western area. Every single corner up for grabs, and it really is going to come down to these small areas. But on the northern side, 52x and FMxR3D are just chilling. They're like, alright, you guys waste all your utils, you guys waste all your time, we're just going to wait for you to get to us.
You know, 52x Rage as well as I would say R3D, I mean, this is a zone that has been handed to them. This is a game that's been handed to them to the side of R3D. If they play their cards right on the other front, when it comes down to the side of Team Star, it is going to be one-man army that's going to be Emerge, who has to emerge from the rock that he finds himself comfort in and get away to try and take on some fights, as I8 is doing so aggressively. They have been part of a lot of fights, but sadly have only gotten 3 elimination points, and as they push on along, from the back end comes in 4 VTFD's players, but not for long, says Reviews, as he's going to put the nail to the heads of their opponents, and in doing so, they're still standing 2-man strong, 4 elimination points confirmed. TMW getting sandwiched.
And you can see on that small map that the circle again is there.
Oh, the zone.
Shown, yeah, exactly. The circle shift towards, again, the northern side, really favoring 52x Rage. And you have to think back to that fight between 52x Rage and TUF. Hold on for a second though. Quantum Rage trying to get rid of SALTxi8. We've seen this once before, yesterday on Erangel, when it was serious in that 1v1 against Crypto.
Yep.
Shut him down to end SALTxi8's hopes. We see this once again, with this fight between Quantum Rage and SALTxi8. Crypto, he's very much alive, but his teammate, he's going to be sent away. I believe it was Revius who is no longer in the lobby. So for SALTxi8, I think there's just one
at
player
this.
remaining. Actually, wait. Yeah, just one player remaining. Crypto is all that is left for SALTxi8.
That's just bonkers. And not only that, from the other side, from Quantum Rage IQ, he was bringing in some nade parade parties against the players of Clarity, and that was just absolutely abysmal to watch, because one revival comes in and then comes another nade coming in from IQ, completely perfectly prepped and cooked, and that was just so sublime to watch this team of Quantum Rage definitely bring the element into theirs, and this is where the game could very well be theirs. They've got a 4-man army. They are very well versed and strong in terms of the way that they're pushing on along, synergistically pushing on, and they are taking on the edges all by themselves, lonesome. I mean, this is just the complete control for QR.
Yeah, Crypto stuck in the middle. He's hoping that FMxR3D and Quantum Rage engage in a fight, but he's completely forgotten about the team that got the circle quite early, which is 52 Rage. They shut him down, and they look in a very comfortable spot to finish this off, because Quantum Rage and FMxR3D and the last remaining player for Star emerge, all in this tiny area, engaging in fights with each other. Nade after nade thrown by Sirius, but so far not much landing yet. But on the opposite side, you see on Quantum Rage themselves, a lot of chip damage done. Spark and Sirius taken quite low. This game is surely 52x Rages to win.
It has to be, but then again, there are so many teams that could very well third party in this position and take on a little bit of those elements for themselves. Emerge getting eliminated, and that is going to be from the side of Team Star. Thus, the remaining going to be 3 teams and FMxR3D. I did talk about this team as they moved on into that prison area. This game almost was handed to them had QR not emerged. The way Quantum Rage emerged in these fights and were able to push down Clarity and the likes of others, it was just a game that's been handed on down to either R3G or 52x Rage. I'm still out in the open. I don't know which side this might go, because yeah, it is anybody's game, I would say.
Oh yeah, most definitely, especially with now the circle are taking a centralized shift around that airdrop. None of the teams in the circle right now, and it's gonna come down to a game of chicken. If you make the first move into the circle, yes, you get a better spot, but you also expose yourself first, and that's what Quantum Rage is trying to do. Zen with the spray doesn't land much of it. Spark with the moves trying to get away, but Spark finally... He survives? Does he survive?
He survives.
Oh my god,
yep,
he
survives.
What?
With a sliver of an HP, he survives somehow, but I guess not for long, because that nade was perfectly lobbed, and it seemed like very much is going to be given in a lot of damage, and you just need a little bit of a sliver of damage, and that would be the end of that dude. But along with that range, we do have R3D also pushing on with those nade parades. I mean, from one side it is the side of 52x Rage, from the other it is R3D. QR tried their best, but it is going to be IQ and JD still left in the blank lines of this war.
Oh my god, this is so clutch in that situation for them getting rid of Spark, because if Spark had survived in that spot for too long, he could have become a real menace for both of the teams and potentially the winning factor for Quantum Rage. But with that gone right now, it is now instead FMxR3D with the man advantage. They've got 3 over the 2s of Quantum Rage and 52x Rage to try and secure the win. They've got the flank on too. They catch JD with his pants down, and they're gonna knock him out real quick. FMxR3D looking for the winner in chicken dinner.
They are very much in control of this fight. No two ways about it. They are pushing on along with a very synergistic approach. They are an army and a squad all together in one. And this 3-man squad from the side of R3D is definitely on to hit the element of surprise to the players. And right now that is being delivered to the players of QR. But in doing so, it is going to be, it is going to be Pika from R3D, definitely getting eliminated. Is going to be QR, and with that 52x Rage, they try their level best to hold on to their horses, but not for long, says the team of FMxR3D, and this is going to be the end. Where R3D, they get this chicken dinner is what I'm anticipating, with 8 elimination points already confirmed for their side. The one final player is going to be Zen, but how Zen are going to be in this fight, mate? Because it's going to be a 1v2 situation. R3D's Pika trying his level best with the UMP, a change of weapon, but that's not going to be it. But he does have the numbers advantage, or no? I think it is 52 Rage that got the best of that fight.
Yep.
Yes, and then, dude, what?
It
Wow.
came down to the wire really by the skin of their teeth. 52X Rage pick up the winner chicken dinner. 25 points up for grabs in FMxR3D. They will be quite upset, I think, with that because they were in
have to
full
be. They better
control
be.
till the last moment where 52X Rage just pulled off the point.
Come on, this is just blah. This is not anticipated, dude. Come on, they had numbers advantage, they had everything going in their favor. There we go. We needed that, dude. Come on, producer. We needed that final kill because that was so very zen of him going 1v2 for the player of 52X Rage. And then being able to just completely hunt her down. But another thing to actually point out is going to be the side of course, the opponents of 52X Rage, right? Pika, he was looking very much in control with the UMP, but his bullets ended. He changed the gun, but he changed the gun as he moved away from his cover. Had he already changed the gun and then moved away from the tree? Maybe, but then again, you're talking about sliver of seconds. I don't know, dude. But yeah, that was a really good game. Again, 2 games done, but definitely very happy with the result.
Yeah, but exactly, right? That little bit of hesitation, potentially, maybe lack of decisiveness in the heat of the moment, it can cost you so much. Thankfully, it's not Super Weekend. Otherwise, we might have actually seen some phones being thrown here and there. It is just the league play normal stage right now, and for them, it will hurt, but the points won't matter as much. They'll be like, okay, we'll get revenge in our Super Weekend games.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, you talk about 52X Rage, they walk away with 10 elimination points along with the chicken dinner, right? You talk about their opponents, they also walk away with, I believe, 10 elimination points, and we shall see when the storyboard is going to be brought on, the match ranking itself when it is brought on, and we shall see what the entire result is going to be for the second game. But before we talk about any of that, it is time to go on a short little break. Stick around, we're going to be right back.
Go.
It's our chance.
To reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Alright, so I mean, I could not pretty much believe what my eyes just saw. FMR3D completely throwing themselves out of the window, right? But yeah, nothing taken away from Zen, the way he clutched it out. I mean, I was watching the match from the sidelines and I was thinking, you know, they're on the lower grounds. I was starting to question their decision of trying to do something like that when they should have actually gotten the higher grounds.
Yeah.
And somehow they did come clutch, and especially Zen at the right moment, making the right moves. Just does not get one, but 2 players, and also does manage to get a chicken dinner for his team, propelling them to the top 10, I think, to the 9th spot precisely.
Yeah, exactly, and that was a game of somewhats indeed, Fixes, because that was not the only moment that it looked like 52X Rage was a goner, but they pulled it back. Even in their initial fight for that area control around prison with TUF, if virus was popping off, it looked like 52X Rage was done for, but no, they pulled it back. But as we were expecting, it is actually Picard3D from FMxR3D who will be the MVP. And he's going to be mad. 52X Rage just stole a chicken dinner from him, but at least he gets the MVP as a silver lining.
Yeah, I mean, nothing taken away from FMR3D, right? They are establishing themselves to be in very comfortable positions the way they've been playing. But yeah, I think a few of the teams that have really impressed me so far has to be Star. I think they've been consistent in the 2 games that they've been playing. Of course, FMR3D, they were also impressive this time around. But as we take a look at the top players, I mean, you've got to give the creds up to Faster and Zen, you know, Faster especially, those 6 kills. And it was a really ludicrous circle this time around, right? Really mind-boggling to how it was shifting. I'm pretty sure the best of the best zone predictors could not have seen this one coming, the way it sort of was engulfing. And you know, a lot of teams were on the edges, they were fighting on the peripheries, and sort of should have prioritized better positioning, but going for a lot of kills. And the teams that did make it inside the circle, they were the ones that really capitalized on the situation. And again, Sirius being one of those players that has been possessing constant threat to the players of SALTxi8, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later because we have some head-to-head stats between 52 Rage and FMxR3D Esports.
Yeah, exactly. Quite close in that regard for both of these teams, but 50x Rage just a step ahead. In most stats overall, it did end up being really for them that small couple of fights really. First against the UF, then towards the end against FMxR3D, that really did end up making the difference. And I think that's a really important quality to have in your team, to be able to instinctively get yourselves out of those bad situations where you may not objectively be in the right spot to pull off the fight, but you're still able to do it purely because your instincts are working well together, and your team as well working together all as a unit on the very same page.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, it requires a team effort to win all these games, right? But as we take a look at the match summary, which is in front of us, it has to be Faster, who's been holding on to the helm for their team for quite some time. And 52 Rage initially, how they started off their journey. Yesterday and today, there has been a massive change with the way they've been approaching. And finally, some long distance eliminations is where 3x Esports find themselves, and it's going to be Kaizen. But nothing apart from that, because again 3x, the onus was on them. They were this one supposed to be making the big moves, but clearly not in anywhere nearby contention to that, and not a really good start for Freestyle as well, because again this is one of those teams that you've got higher expectations from, and they clearly could not deliver. Now this is what we've been talking about, right? This zone shift up next, which went around that top left side around Shelter and Prison, and so many teams, none of them were inside the zone, and the ones that they were, they got taken down. And it all did pan out to FMxR3D, who really capitalized on the situation where they found the players of Quantum Rage off guard, did make sure that they get the better out of them, but that sort of gave the room and space for the players of 52 Rage. Now you can look at how they rotated, right from the eastern side, they made it all the way up towards the northern side. They found themselves in a lower ground, and despite the fact, they still managed to get a chicken dinner.
Yeah, 100%. I think TUF are going to look back to that fight and wonder, that could have been us in that position if we just won that tiny fight, because the circle again and again just kept favoring 52x Rage till the final one, where it took a centralized shift and then all of the teams were outside the circle. But I think really for 52x Rage, it was their match to lose, so the fact that they're able to pull it off in the last moment right here, it's going to mean a lot.
Oh, it definitely is. I mean, especially this particular moment where, Zen did find his moment of glory, right? I mean, it takes a lot of cojones to just come out of your cover from the low ground, knowing that both of your opponents are right above you. But he did understand the gravity of the situation. I mean, it's now or never. He had no other choice, right? He knew that if he can land his shots perfectly right, then he's going to get the job done. And the worst part about FMxR3D is that they lined up for him, right? We could see Pika taking that a little bit of a gun switch, and the moment he did that, he was exposed right out in the open. That little bit of an animation time that it took, it was all that Zen needed to put him down. But from Reggie's side, we did not see a lot out of them. So the teams that really performed out of the box yesterday are looking a little bit silent heading on to today's evening.
Yeah, I think really a lot of the teams that we were expecting to come back stronger from yesterday haven't done so. But I am really glad this fight makes it into the Oppo moments, because Faster played this like an absolute beast. Without that, I'm not even sure if they get the opportunity for Zen later to clutch out the winner chicken dinner. But I think what we did see is some mad lad moves from Quantum Rage as a whole. Serious really stepping up to the mark. There was a moment in the end circle where Spark just went ham to the middle, almost survived. He could have potentially come in clutch for Quantum Rage. So I'm glad to see that all of these players are making some questionable moves objectively, but at the same time, in the heat of the moment, those heroic plays to try and pull off something for their team, because it shows that they're really trying to give it their all as they look to secure their spot in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, in a couple of seconds, we are going to witness that iconic clutch coming in from Zed. But, FMxR3D, this was pretty much their game to lose at this moment. But look at him. He took out the player on the backlines, went in for Pika. As you can clearly see, both these players just lined up for him, and really nice toggling of that crouch button in between. And it sort of is like a double-edged sword, right? The only issue with crouch toggling is the fact that when you're sort of spraying at the body of a player, and the player crouches at that same moment, and your bullet hits the head hitbox, that is where you get that dink and takes a massive amount of damage. But it does come with its own share of benefits. I think this time really handy for Zen, who had no issue and no trouble whatsoever securing that 1v3 towards the very end. A really amazing play. But we've got to move ahead of that. This time we're first getting back to the fields of Miramar and into the deserty lands, I must say. But again, this is where teams from Group C, they're not going to be joining us. So we've got FMxR3D, TUF, Team Star, and the Grounders that are out of contention. Now for Team Grounders, they've had a really good start, but this match was certainly not how they would have wanted it to be.
Yeah, and it was almost exactly like this yesterday as well. They get off to a decent start, but they're not really able to find consistency in trying to build that momentum going forward, which is quite frightening for them overall. But as long as they're able to get decent matches, I think that's an issue they can work to fix on for the Super Weekend itself, because not necessarily in trouble just yet, but teams like TMW, teams like 3X, who are just not able to make their mark right now, they most certainly are in trouble.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, of course, once we have the overall standings, we will know who's on the better side of the ocean. But for now, I mean, 52 Rage, they've made some massive improvements. This one little chicken dinner is definitely going to help their cause into qualifying into the first Super Weekend. And Quantum Rage, they've been consistent. Star, I think they've been showing promising signs as well. Now, SALTxi8, one of those things with them is they're not being able to keep all their players alive till the very end, but they're still somehow making sure that someone from their team makes it at least to the top 5, ensuring those position points being really handy. So from what I can see, is they're still gonna make it to the first Super Weekend, and that is where they've got to start looking ahead, right? That is where they've got to start picking up the pace. Now this sort of gets me back to the conversation that has been going at the back of my head. What on earth is going wrong with Team QWERTY? But before that, let's take a look at the overall ranking, as we do have QWERTY Esports with still that hefty amount of lead going on. FMxR3D and Quantum Rage taking huge plunge over here. But look at 52x Rage, 10 positions up, courtesy to just one game. Clearly shows how volatile the bottom 10 is.
Yeah, exactly. From most likely not making it to the Super Weekend to now suddenly in a decent spot to try and make it happen. I think 52x Rage, they'd be pleased with Zen right there for finding the clutch. And even if he didn't, I think they'd still be in a similar position, maybe 11th instead of 9th. But those few points can really come up clutch in the long term. So we'll have to see if these other teams in this bottom 10 can really try to make their mark, because one team that has not shifted at all is 3X Esports, still not double digits.
Yeah, I mean, this is an alarming sign for them. I think they are running out of games to play, right? Barely 3 remaining, and they've got to secure what could be the threshold over here. They've got to at least get, let's say, around 30 to 32. Right, and out of which I think getting a chicken dinner has at this point become inevitable for them. They need that one. And for Quraysh, they're still hanging on by the thread. And one good game would help them ensure their positioning. But you could clearly see, right, the teams above, they're barely sitting at 40-41. So any of these teams, if they can manage to get a chicken dinner, they're going to get themselves into good position. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, match number 8, which is about to start in a couple of minutes. And we're going to enter into Miramar yet again. This time, however, teams like we've discussed, teams from Group C are going to be sitting this one out. So FMxR3D, I think they've done a decent job. Now they're going to sit back and watch from the sidelines, as Team Star and Team Grounders, they're going to be a little bit tension amongst them, because they've played that one extra game. By all means, all the teams that are below them, they're surely gonna catch up to the pace. So the next games that they have yet to play, they have to make sure that they find a perfect semblance between the consistency and the kills that they're going for. But CA, I am a huge fanatic for doing things like that. I love putting people under the spot, under the bus over here. So it's going to be a fairly easy question that I'm going to put in front of you. Who do you think is going to get the chicken?
I'm just gonna go with what is statistically simple right here. Red side, they picked up 2 chicken dinners and 2 Miramars yesterday. They're playing this right here. So I'm gonna go for red side. I think they've got this in the bag.
But one thing for sure, there's nothing if you win, or there's nothing to lose as well. So we're not wagering it out. But for all the viewers out there, do let us know who do you think is gonna get a chicken dinner in this one. This time we do not have Ocean with us, so no free biryanis. I'm not sure if he even gave you your biryani. If he hasn't still yet, might as well DM him and ask for that, or just expose him, for all I could care. But right now, taking a look at all these players, everyone just geared up, waiting to go. And there's one player, just showing his cell phone out there, and he's asking someone to wait. But regardless, from the Gladiator Arena to the battlegrounds is where we're gonna head in just a couple of seconds, and we're gonna find out how or from where the flight path trajectory is gonna get originated. And whoa. See, I'm already getting sketchy vibes from this one. A complete certain flight path trajectory. So a lot of early fights are gonna be ensuing upon us.
Yeah, most definitely. And I'm really curious to see if teams decide to take a longer route and try to go for the early prediction. Maybe get to areas like Hacienda del Patron or even El Pozo if you want to wait really late. Because with these kind of flight paths, usually the circle ends up north. Now the best thing to happen would be like PUBG gods be like, psych, and give us a southern circle with this. Everything would just go ham.
I mean, at this point, CA, we're gonna be sinister, right? We would want something around the creative fields. Come on, PUBG Mobile gods, give it to us. Give it to us. Now, we haven't really made our offering over here, but this is where, I'm gonna be a dreamer, and I would want 3x Esports to get a chicken dinner over here. Ali, Cronus, Skies, and Miracle, show us what you've got, as the flight path trajectory is almost coming to an end, and the circle is going to be formed in just a couple of seconds, and there you go. Still, the gods have not really disappointed us, but this is again one of those Monte-Nuevo circles where you could expect a northwestern shift towards a little bit of a hilly area that we do have. So quite a lot of teams already inside the circle. Now I'm really excited to see SALTxi8 and North Esports battling it out, and look at 52x Rage. Now this is traveling on a budget is what we can really say. You've got 2 players already on the bucket. The third one just somehow trying to fit himself over there, and I think clearly he's gotten that motion sickness. He needs to vomit or do something, but either ways, Malik has spotted them all out in the open. Now this is going to spell a lot of trouble, but how do you like this Scarlet skin? Is it too much visually appealing for you? Yeah. Because when I gonna take my ADS, I do not want these sparks flying around me, to be honest. Now that's my personal opinion.
No, I agree. I think the simpler the better in terms of skins for me. Like I think the perfect balance is when you can show it off, but you can't notice it when you're fighting. And that way you're just like, okay, this is the perfect skin for me. But talking about showing it off right now, quite a few teams with the early rotations trying to get in. I especially like 4v TFD making the moves. They're going to get El Pozo and Creative Fields all to themselves. And like you talked to our fixes, with the circle potentially shifting northern, northwestern again, those hilly areas can become quite crucial. Getting that early high ground can help you out a lot in the long term.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, that's the go-to way how you approach a Miramar. To be honest, you've got to maintain that higher ground. You've got to make those quick rotations. You've got to make sure you've got the bigger scopes. And right now, we might have one of the fights breaking out. I mean, I do not know if Cronus is aware, but he's got some unfriendly neighbors who are charging at him with guns locked and loaded. Now, it's going to be interesting to see if XGeneration are also aware of Cronus's position, because if they're just going to walk around as if it's their own property, then they might be in some trouble. But they seem to have backed off. I think Cronus has gotten a slight idea about their presence, and he's going to play the Fox over here.
Yeah, he's playing it quite safe. I don't think XGeneration actually have the idea themselves. Thug might just run into the crosshairs of Cronus real quick. Pulls out the gun in time. Okay, so maybe he does have a clue. He stopped right in front of Cronus.
I think he's seen the vehicle just right beside him. So he does sense that little bit of a threat looming around him. He's making sure that no one's around. But Cronus, he's not breaking a muscle. And now, well, we've got to see if Thug can figure out his exact position. But Cronus being really fast on the triggers. He does manage to fight not just one, but two knocks over here, say. But the threat still hasn't dispersed. Or maybe it just has. Wow, this is beautiful.
Yeah, just about. Wait, hold on. Both of the other players from XGeneration, they're just getting on out of there real quick. Cronus single-handedly picking up 2 early eliminations for his team, playing that oh so patiently, making XGeneration pay at the same time. And it's so important for 3x Esports, because for them, getting every single point matters that much more, because they are the last place team. So off to a strong start. Cronus is 1v2 right there. His patient play, his first 2 points for his team, it's sure to give his entire team a morale boost and help them keep moving forward in this match as they try to maximize the value out of that morale and momentum.
You know, 52x Rage, I think they've been changing a lot of their drop locations, right? Yesterday, they were in a different position. Now, in this game of Miramar, they are on a whole different position on towards that eastern side around that graveyard area. But it's going to be really interesting to see how the teams from the southern side are going to start moving in. Now, for Team Clarity, it's going to be fairly simple. All they've got to do is take that western highway and just head in through maybe El Pozo, or maybe could take that diversion of around Monte Nuevo. Now that's clearly set up for them, but it's going to be really interesting as to how North Esports and SALTxi8, how are they gonna make their movement inside the zone. But I believe this Coniseg. How do you like the skins inside the game? Because you know it sometimes makes me feel so poor.
Yeah.
And
hey, that's why we play PUBG Mobile, right? To feel better about the cars we can't own.
I still can't obtain it inside the game. I've tried here,
Yeah,
but then I realize I do not have enough money, enough. But maybe I should transition into a competitive play, or I think in the foreseeable future. But regardless, I mean, how do you feel about Quraysh's performance? Because you know they start off really well, but they somehow are lacking that consistency. They somehow are lacking that ability to set a proper footing inside the final circles.
I mean, it feels like they've got great micro skills, mechanical skills, really, because they've got a plethora of elimination points. It's really the placement points they lack in. Always seem to get caught trying to make the rotations, and that might potentially be the case here once again, because they are on the eastern edge of the circle, caught between many threatening teams like Freestyle, SALTxi8, potentially Magnus if they try to go for the center of the circle, and QWERTY peaked upon that top of San Martin area, just waiting for someone to walk in. But so far, nobody is going to engage in a fight just yet. And looking at the map, I am looking Clarity actually making that exact rotation you talked about. But instead, let's take a look at 3x. Surprisingly, have been in a wealth of action so far. Cronus got the first 2 kills. Now, Ali trying to get some damage onto Magnus, but unfortunately, not able to land any shots.
Yeah, I mean, this could have been so huge, right? If he'd managed to get a driving vehicle knockout there. But Ali, understanding that, you know, it has certain limitations, especially it really gets terrible on that iron sight, right? That's one of those weapons you would not want to use it as such. But Kaizen making sure at the far off rate does put out a burning vehicles, you know, the fumes coming out. The players have clearly stopped, and it's going to be interesting to find out which team exactly that is. Initially, right now, we've got the players of Magnus making sure that they find themselves a good place to sort of stabilize and sort of wait for things to happen. But right now, we've got a fight breaking out. SALTxi8 already pushing on towards the players of MetershotxSKY will find them completely off guard with their pants down, as Zameen also gets spotted by Uzum, who passes on all the call-outs to reviews as he comes in, manages to secure that important knock. And now SALTxi8, this is what we were talking about, but hold on, Maxi, however, is not done. In fact, he is, as Uzum manages to get that final kill, and MetershotxSKY are out of this game.
SALTxi8 off to a resounding start right here, picking up some early elimination points as they look to make their mark and really get themselves into a comfortable spot in terms of qualification to the Super Weekend, because right now I believe they're in the bottom half of the top 10, like around the 5th to 10th mark, I believe, actually 7th or 9th if I remember correctly. So they're going to try to just be like, hey, let's get into the top 5, then we don't really need to worry that much. But what they do need to worry about is that TMW is literally on their tail, and that might be a team to worry about if they don't check them out right here. TMW, though, on the other hand, just trying to make the rotations happen. And look at this, SALTxi8 just trying to cut them off potentially. I wonder if they sense TMW's presence right there. Uzum is making some aggressive moves.
Oh yeah, and now he's under heavy fire by Khan. We've got to see if he could do anything more than that. But clearly, SALTxi8 now aware of TMW's position. And Uzum, he's been making some really good movements out there. You know, once one of those tires of his buggy gotten flattened out, that would have been the end of the road for him. And being the IGL, it's always difficult to be making those choices, but way too out in the open for my liking personally, has now taken the brunt of it, as the remainder of the players of SALTxi8, they've got their eyes set at TMW right now, with Harry and Big Boss backing out. Can Crypto find an opening?
That's going to be the question right here, because Magnus have got their eyes set to after taking down Uzum. They're going to look to catch TMW and SALTxi8 in a fight in third party this situation potentially, but it doesn't seem like TMW actually want to take this fight. They're just trying to get themselves out of this position, maybe get themselves into Chimasera, hope that the circle takes a sudden shift, but currently just allowing STI8 to dictate the flow of this fight, allowing STI8 to try and pressure them, and STI8 doing exactly that. Blade on his lonesome, he's just pushing and pushing. He wants TMW right here, right now.
Oh, he certainly wants it. And SALTxi8, I think, understanding that they've made it to the top 16, they want to get as many kills as possible, right? They've secured the spot in the first Super Weekend. I think they would not have any trouble. You know, they have still missed out on the first game of the evening, though. So that's one thing to point out. You know, you might be the best team in the region, but punctuality is something that needs to be there with every single squad. I do not really know what went wrong, but they clearly could not make it to the lobby. So one of the things that they need to make sure is not miss out on their games, right? Could be a game changer altogether, but they still find themselves in a very comfortable position, I think, way above the threshold. So understandable why they're going after a few squads here and there. But 3x Esports, I mean, clearly the only objective I think for them is right now to hold on to the center as long as possible, just hide out, wait for the teams to come out of the open, and then maybe go ham after them. But I really find Cronus in a little bit of a dicey situation, because the players of Quraysh are right beside him.
Yeah, exactly. The players of Quraysh right now, they might just get themselves some freebies if they catch out 3x. The spots out Cronus, but that shot actually ends up revealing his position, I believe. Now, Cronus does have an idea that Quraysh is right here, and here comes the decision for them, because they're in a little bit of hot water in terms of positioning. They're in a 2-2 split, so if they engage in a fight, they have the risk of being slammed on and not really being able to regroup fast enough. But on the other side, 4VTFD looking for the sprays. They've down Serious. They've blown up the vehicle as well, and that's done a ton of damage to Quantum Rage. They'll finish him off as well. Leon OP just chiming in to get a lot of damage done, and he's just going to be able to easily hold on to his position now, because look at 4v they're in a spot where they don't really have to worry as much even about the next circle.
Oh yeah, I mean at this particular point, right, 4v they've had their own moments of glory, but not really find themselves the best of those league days. But it feels like Ash has spotted out Pan. Now that's some really good, precise shooting from his side. Now the question is, can he completely get the kill over here? Because Pan seems to have gotten into safe cover as Wolfrey is closing in on H2E. Are they aware of the same? But Ash still doing some extra amount of damage. But this is it. This is the fight that we're talking about. Kronos all by his lonesome is going to lob a few smokes out there, making sure that he can get Ali out of that situation and then try to force on with that revive. It's surprising though, Quraysh, they're not making any attempt, and understandably why. They had two of their players knocked out. Now once the players get back on their feet, that's where they might decide to head in. But Gravity, this player could possess a lot of threat to 3x, as now considering the situation that they're on the center, they're susceptible to attacks from every V sides.
Oh, and they've got nades continuously thrown on them, but the same for Freestyle right now, as Blade seems to have got himself in a hot pickle. He's getting pushed on by Freestyle on all sides, while SALTxi8, they aren't nearly close enough to give him immediate backup. He's gonna try to create some cover for himself, but the backup does end up coming out from Magnus Esports. Of all teams, Adil will knock down Wasi and buy a moment of respite for Blade. And it's really weird to see that now from that side, we're going to have SALTxi8 try to third party Magnus Esports. This is a very weird pickle of a situation that Blade is in.
Oh God! See, Blade just messed up his first aid. He got it a second earlier, and I really hope he does not get knocked out. Barely surviving by thin margins, but still, you know, he's got to make some movements out there. But right now, we're back into this particular fight. Cronus taking some massive amount of damage, almost reduced to 50% HP, but almost finding a player out there. Almost had the knock secured, but Crypto getting pushed on by the players of Freestyle, who managed to secure those two knocks, and one after the other. The story continues with SALTxi8. Their players being a little far apart from each other, and every single one paying the price. Now, what does Blade do from around here? All he's got to do is try to get inside the zone and survive as long as he can, because SALTxi8, they've done the job in the past, but this time it's going to be so difficult. How on earth is he going to make it inside the circle? Because the moment he steps out of cover, he is going to be right out in the open.
Yeah, exactly, and it's getting so intense right now with the circle the way it is, especially a lot of open ground near the eastern side, and it looks like Magnus, actually, I'm seeing on the map, are trying to capitalize on it. But right here, 3x, like you were saying, Cronus and Ali, they're stuck. And it's quite interesting that we're still not seeing the rotation from Kaizen and Miracle to try and help them out. They're instead just choosing to hold on to their high ground, understanding the importance of that hill, hoping to gatekeep from that area and maybe find a couple of teams at the same time. And they might be rewarded for their patience in that regard, because I do see H2E as well as a 3D getting quite close to them on the map now. Still pressure on Quraysh, trying to hold on to that compound, trading a lot of utility, and it's just going to come down to timing right here, I believe, because you've got a couple of teams approaching 3x from their back. If they don't check their corners on time, they might just get caught with their pants down.
Oh, look at this. Finally, you know, QWERTY finding some respite. However, you know, losing out on Destroyer, and with Gravity knocked out, it's not going to be good signs for them. But Khan making all the right moves, clutching things out from here, getting those 3 crucial finishes, but he's not out of harm's way, right? A lot of teams looming around him. Now, Wolfrey in a very dire situation. He's got JD and Psycho right beside him. Right ahead, he's got the entire squad of Quraysh Esports out there, and it's going to be really interesting. But as we take a look at the replay, Khan, look at him go. Not just one, not just two, but finding the entire squad of 4v and getting the better out of them. And that is Khan at his very natural element. But talk about 3x. Well, they've lost a miracle over here.
Yeah. And Regicide seem to be in a bit of hot water as well. They're stuck on the edge of the circle, not really able to push on forward because QWERTY's got their number, but Regicide with the key spray. Ooh, barely missing out or knocking out Khan. He's able to stay alive with the dance moves, and it's quite surprising that we're seeing this in Miramar fixes, because these kind of really weird, really open situations is what we expect in Erangel. Usually in Miramar, teams have a lot of space to settle themselves in around the 4th circle. It's the 5th, 6th circle where things get really hard, but instead we're seeing it right here, right now, as Clarity and Quraysh, as well as Regicide exchanging blows. It will be Regicide catching the brunt of it towards the wall, as they're the 13th team to be eliminated, and QWERTY surviving by the skin of their teeth. Wolverine and Khan just holding on for dear life. But the question is, for how long? Because they're facing the damage from the circle.
Oh yeah, I mean, he just wanted to get a few smokes for himself. That is what I can conclude from around here. And considering Wolverine in that position, he knows there's a lot of squads right beside him, and especially XGeneration, they're being pushed at. Now Trollin has taken damage from elsewhere. It's going to be Halsey who's managed to secure the knock, but Teen Wolf really charging in right at Psycho would ensure that he takes the soul out of him. As Wolverine spotting out the players of Clarity from afar, he knows that there's no chance on planet Earth that he can survive, and there you go, finally getting taken down. But Team QWERTY still in contention as the last player, the IGL. Khan is still alive. Now, his only objective right now is to be somehow making it into the circle. Look at this, 19 minutes has already passed by. We still do have 10 teams alive with us here.
Yeah, exactly. Still very much so the case where it could just turn around in the matter of second which team is leading. But as you can see in terms of the survival status, Quraysh and Freestyle very much in control with the numbers advantage as well as the elimination points. While of course in terms of the area control itself in the map, that with respect to the next circle shift, I actually noticed that TMW have got a really good spot for themselves, as well as potentially Quantum Rage. So now again, those small hills that we're seeing around the power grid area are really going to come in clutch for these teams, where we see a lot of teams trying to quickly get in on there. But Quantum Rage catching H2E off guard. They're going to find one knock, but can they translate it into wipes?
Oh, that's going to be interesting. You know, Quantum Rage, they've had a really good day so far. You know, the way they've been playing, the way they've been amassing a lot of kills for them. But right now, we've got Spark cooking up a grenade. We've got to see if he manages to find his target, but missing by a couple of centimeters out there. It was really close, the Molotov as well. But Wasi, I think he's opened himself up. JD is well aware of where he's positioned at. But Spark and JD sort of creating this kind of a cover fire. I really like it. But Wasi from afar will get the better out of JD over there. Just opens up his ADS, manages to get the knock, instantly gets the wipe down. As Spark, just the last player surviving, will no longer remain, as Freestyle managed to get yet another squad wipe.
And just like that, we're down to just 7 squads left. Wasi seems to be dominating this map right now. 8 elimination points for Freestyle already, but Wasi has no intention of stopping. He's got Harry knocked down, trying to make sure that he gets the point as well. And yeah, it will be Tyrant who picks it up. So, hey, as long as it comes to their team, that's what matters.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, I'm not going to complain about that at all. But Freestyle, I mean, I really like the spread that they've got. Quite particularly, I feel they have a really good chance at a chicken dinner. But hold on, Money, in a really dire circumstance over here, Reaper has spotted the living hell out of him. Now he's going to advance at him. Can he get the knock? Yes, he certainly does. But Reaper X needs to make sure that he gets into cover at the right time, and he successfully does. Will patch himself back to full HP. But before that, he needs to ensure that he gets that Mani's knock confirmed, as Bilal, he's trying to close in, trying with the intention to try and save his teammate. But we could see another fight break down in front of us with 52 Rage, spotting the players of Quraysh taking a few shots. Now, this is where MetershotxSKY are going to be capitalizing on the situation. Bilal spotted out right in the open. Reaper X still not going after him.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, it really does feel like Freestyle are in the most comfortable situation to try and find the winner chicken dinner, with all of the action going on towards the northern side of this circle. But 52x Rage, they're trying to make hay while the sun shines. They've got MetershotxSKY stuck in a small spot, going in for the slam-in. Zen spots out Halsey. He's going to try to get the run over. And
yes, he does.
Just ends up being distraction. Oh, actually, he does manage to get the run over on Halsey and eliminates that squad real quick, leaving us down just to 3.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the way 52x Rage have been playing, that has been nothing short of impressive, as Zen still continues his killing spree going on. As wow, that was really crispy from Black. The way he found that head over there of Bilal Romeo, he's going to make sure that he drops the smoke right in front, ensuring that he gets his teammate back up in time. Now, this is again coming down to the fact that are the players of 52x Rage going to capitalize on the fight between Freestyle and them? But no, 52 Rage find themselves amidst all that action, and it's going to be really interesting whether or not Freestyle are going to be pushing at Quraysh, as damage being exchanged from both the sides. Again, back down to a Mexican standoff.
And
Is that a 4 times?
Yeah,
On a
exactly.
Groza.
Very important Mexican standoff right here, Fixes. Because look, Quraysh, they've still got the man advantage, but in terms of circle location, Freestyle have got the cake. Every team does have an idea of where the other one is. So a bit of a chicken situation right here is going to be down to one of the teams to try and make the move. But they're not going to make one just yet. They're going to wait for the location of the next circle to try and make it happen. And Lady Luck is on Freestyle's side. They're rewarding them for all the damage they've done. Literally, for all of the 3 remaining players of Freestyle, the circle belongs to them.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Freestyle do also understand where they both their enemies are. Now, the right ideal approach, if Quraysh and 52x Rage want to still survive, they've got to push in at the same time, right? They've got to make sure they've got someone on the back lines to provide that quintessential cover fire. And if they can execute that perfectly well, then you never know, things can change. But right now, Wasi managing to find that knock on towards Romeo will also get his hands on Bilal as it comes down to the final 2 players of Quraysh. Now he's going to be charging in, spotting out Adi, and the Far Afraid does manage to find him as well. It all comes down to Money, who is in a 1v3 situation against the players of Freestyle. Now this was the perfect cue for the players of 52x Rage to try and get inside the zone, but Money finally finding his maker. That's going to be the zone, and now 52x Rage, again a beautiful game, have made it to the top 2 as Pharaoh finds himself knocked out. It is all coming down to Zen and his teammate. Can he clutch it out again, CA?
Can he clutch it out again is the main question, but it looks very, very difficult as Wasi finds in one of his teammates off guard. The circle is not helping them, and 52x Rage, they're going to be moving in onto a funnel with nade after nade, bullet after bullet being thrown onto them. The Molotov finds Zen. Daku is left with a sliver of HP, and it's winner chicken dinner for Freestyle.
Oh boy, oh boy. They're back in action. They're back in action is what I can say. And this version of Freestyle has been so impressive. Honestly, the way they have been playing, every single thing that they put on the table has been working out for them. And this time they've come with a lot of aspirations, a lot of hope. And look at where they stand at the tippity top, securing that first spot to themselves away from Clarity, who've been looking a little lackluster today. I mean, they're not playing really bad though, but considering how the race has been going, it is Freestyle on that sheer consistency, finding the chicken dinner, and boy oh boy, what an interesting game it was. But even more so important for teams like 52x Rage and Quraysh, making sure that they find that important top 3 finish for themselves, which is really going to help their cause in making it to the top 16.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think for Quraysh, really, this was a huge, huge matchup. And for 52x Rage, this more or less guarantees, like you said, top 16 for themselves. But I think for Freestyle, finally a little bit of redemption. Because yesterday in their Miramars, they were in such great positions, but the circle kept going against them. They kept getting caught off up to their places. But before we get into the brink of the analysis, let's take a quick short break.
Go!
It's our chance.
To reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
that was a really, really interesting game of PUBG Mobile that we did witness with, of course, Freestyle claiming the chicken dinner and establishing the position right at top. And Lakshay, you were watching the match from the sidelines. How did you feel about this?
Dude, this was definitely one of the most amazing matches that we've seen till now in the Pakistan PMPL region, because again, Freestyle walking away with 19 elimination chicken dinner is just the form that we missed from Freestyle, and they are back, dude. They are back in style, and they are definitely proving that with that MVP coming into name of Wasi with 9 eliminations and 6 knocks along with that assist. It's just bonker gameplay from FS.
I think every single player of Freestyle, they were firing on all cylinders, right? No stopping them. Of course, it's the 9 eliminations coming out of Wasi again, a new kid in the block who's been making a lot of noise, and certainly shows why Freestyle is going to be a force to be reckoned with in this season of PUBG Mobile that we have, not just in PMPL. So really good early baby steps for this team. They've been playing out of their minds. This time, however, from 3x Esports, we saw some little bit of a glimmer of hope. But I'm going to be honest with you, that's not going to be enough, right? Nothing short of a chicken dinner is going to save these players from not participating in the Super Weekend, right? So they've got to make sure that they get one at the very least. But for Team QWERTY also, Wolfrey showing some promising, promising fights over there. But it was Khan that really stepped out for me, especially the way he wiped the players of 4BTFT. But here we have some stats comparison between Freestyle and 52 Rage.
Wow, look at that difference. I mean, 52x Rage, they are the second in this third game of the day. They came placed second, and Freestyle, of course, got that chicken dinner. But the difference between the two, I mean, 34 total points for Freestyle compared to the 17 total points for 52x Rage, that being the second team of this game, is just it just clearly showcases the difference as to how dominating of a game this Freestyle played, because 2,541 damage dished out compared to a mere 777. It's just nothing. It's just nowhere. But that is nothing taken away from 52x Rage's gameplay, because overall, when it comes down to the stance of it, in the end, all these teams are trying to participate in the Super Weekend. So all they have to do is bring their numbers up into the top 16, and that is all that is required from them. But Freestyle, I mean, they have a different reign that they want to be able to create before they jump into the Super Weekend, and this is how they're going to do it, with all the players, all the 4 players chiming in along right here.
For Malik and Tyrant, I think it was high time that they deserved the success, right? They finally tasting this sweet honey over here. They're getting that chicken dinner. They're getting all their players on fighting spirits, right? But for reviews, all right, so he's got some long distance eliminations. Reviews clearly one of those players who who missed out on yesterday's games, right? Today he's back on action. I think he's replaced Ghost. And I'm rather surprised, why they had to replace Ghost, because Ghost was the one who was getting the job done. He was still getting a few kills here and there. The other players, however, have been silent. Blade has been doing really decent though. Uzum making sure he's been taking the risk, but sometimes way too much in the open, and did take the brunt of it. But Freestyle, oh my god, those 19 eliminations for them clearly shows that they're here for nothing less than a victory, and they want to do it in style. They want to go big. But now we're going to be talking about the other teams, right? TmW, they did have a really good performance in this one. 3x, I mean, 6 points. This is a good start. This is a good start in terms of trying to get into the top 16, but they need more than this. Clarity clearly has not been a great day for them in the office. For SALTxi8, of course, they've managed to get those 5 finished points, but in terms of position points, there's still a lot of work cut out for them.
But talking about comeback stories, we started the day off and we were talking about what sort of teams are we to expect that will make a comeback story. And QWERTY, I mean, throughout the day, they are making strides from the first game to the next to this one as well. They have been able to consistently bring themselves into that top player list or in the top 5 list, which is looking pretty comfortable for them. But we shall see where the day ends for the side of Team QWERTY. But yeah, as we do move on to the zone itself, I mean, again, the chaos of the zone in this day number 2 of the league plays is definitely the MVP for the entirety of the day.
I mean, I really liked how freestyle took the circle, right? Look at them, at even at this certain point, they were outside the zone. Now they knew. Now this is their place to head in. This is their game because what they did was took that eastern route, managed to get the better of most of the teams. Still making sure they held on to the edges, and they were really wise in picking up their fights. And then towards the very end, Lady Luck, of course, favoring them. They had the better of the zone. They had their players scattered out. I think they lost Tyrant a little bit early on, around somewhere around here. But the remainder of the three players knew that they had this job secured for them. They knew that this chicken dinner is not going to go out from their clenches. But huge ups to Quraysh and 52x Rage, especially 52x Rage. Back-to-back good games for them. If not chicken dinners, they're still getting those top 3 position confirmed, at least in this one. So I think after this matchup, they have well solidified their spot in the top 16. Now, this is the moment where we can expect these teams to go all out.
We definitely can, because there are only 2 games remaining now, and a few of these teams have already. So, for a few of these teams are going to be playing their final game for the day as well, right? So that implies that this is an all-out approach that's going to be required for the teams that find themselves on that lower half of the leaderboard. With that, as we move on through to the aggressive stance that was being showcased, once again, the entirety of day number 2 of the league play has been very, very aggressive. A complete construct to what was showcased yesterday from the Pakistan lobby.
Oh, I mean, today is no less, but I think I could say the pacing has been notched up a little more, right? Now the teams are playing a lot around the edges instead of playing around these centers, as a result of which we're getting to see a lot of fights happen, right? But this is the moment where Khan really made that beautiful clutch play over there, getting not just 1 but 3 players in the process. But Wolverine also doing such a decent job finding Teen Wolf in the process, and this game had been pretty much a freestyle game, just missing 1 kill shot out of that 20 kill bomb that they could have dropped. But still, 19 is not a bad number to have, and considering the fact that it has put you on the tippity top, they're gonna take it with open arms. But now, this conversation here has to be about the other teams, right? The teams that will be playing their last game, and that's gonna be SALTxi8, Quantum Rage, Quraysh Esports, and TmwEsports. For SALTxi8 and Quantum, I really find themselves having no trouble in making it to the top 16. But questions are still going to be raised at Quraysh and TmW. So this game is basically do or die for them.
It definitely is. I mean, TmW, they've been able to at times they've been able to capitalize on situations, right, that they found themselves in, but not always. And not always, that is the most important thing. That not always should definitely be removed from the entirety of the dictionary itself for when it comes to these teams and the play style that they want to be able to grasp and anticipate when they move on from one game to the next. And based on that itself, TmW, there's going to be tough luck situation for their side. On the side of Quraysh as well as Quantum Rage, we are looking pretty comfortable from their side, but let's see what this final game is going to be holding, because in all of it, we have to bring up the name of SALTxi8, a team that definitely, I would say, all right, I shouldn't say it, but I would like to say that this team deserves a chicken dinner, but they are not even close. They are not even close. So the entirety of Group A, we can just keep our fingers crossed that they have a decent outing in this final one, and especially TmW.
I think, deserve would be the wrong word over here, because
exactly,
I think they're more capable of getting a chicken dinner. There's something that I could say, because clearly SALTxi8, they still have so much to fix, especially in terms of how they've been rotating. They've got to make sure that they have all their 4 players alive in at least that 5th circle, right? They've been getting so much of those early casualties, and not having enough numbers during those fights when it really matters for them has been such a cause of concern for SALTxi8. So I think this is going to be a learning lesson for them, that the lobby is not going to be that easy. It's a sort of a foresight of what's really coming for you in the Super Weekend. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, Freestyle find themselves in a very comfortable position, 109 points. Now the nearest competitor to them is QWERTY Esports. Now if they need to topple Freestyle over, they've got to make sure that in their last game they at least get a chicken dinner. But for Regicide, so CA did predict that Regicide was going to win the last game, but it completely backfired as they were the first ones to get eliminated.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, the lobby itself has gotten so very aggressive. As soon as opponent is spotted, the earlier anticipation on day number 1 was to get the information, retain the information, and then maybe cooperate with the team to try and get that push moving on along. But this time around, on day number 2 of the league play, we are looking at a lot of those early skirmishes that are taking place, and that is where Regicide was definitely caught off guard. Now, moving on to page number 2, this is where TMW find themselves on that 16th spot. Look at that. I mean, this is something that CA did mention he would love to see, one of those teams that is at that 16th borderline and is going to be able to, but will they be able to, based on how the other teams play? Because till now, TmwEsports' esports' gameplay have resulted in them pushing 3 positions. Now, let's see how many more positions are they going to be able to pull off in this final game that they are to play. And then once they're done with that, well, then it'll be, up to what the other teams are going to be doing and how big a leap are they going to be making, because behind TMW is Team TUF, and that also is a very capable team that's going to be able to push on away from that 17th position.
Yeah, not just TUF. I was really surprised to even find North Esports. Now, one of the oldest teams, they've got quite some recognized players. They still are somehow not, they're somehow sort of failing to deliver, right? Now, that's not their true caliber, that's not their true potential. But hey, who are we to complain, right? We're here for fun. Whoever wins, good for us. All we want is some good action, good battles being fought in front of us. But here we have the match number 9, ladies and gentlemen, out for you. It's going to be in Erangel, and this time we do have teams from Group B, that is Clarity, 52X Rage, Freestyle, and Team H2E sitting out of this one, as it's going to be the last game for SALTxi8 Esports, Quantum Rage, Quraysh, and TMW. I think for Quraysh and TMW, it's going to be a really interesting one and rather very important one, because TMW does understand the fact that the teams that are important to them, they've all played one game less, right? So they've got to make sure that this game really matters to them. At least at the very least, get, let's say, around 5 or 6 points, and I feel that they might be good to go.
Definitely. I mean, 3 points difference is what we've got between 15th and 16th position holder, and 16th position holder is, of course, TMW. So apart from that 3-point difference, they need to be able to capitalize on that 3 plus the 5 points that you're anticipating from them. So at least 8 to 10 points is what I would say. That should give them on a decent position in that 10 to the 15th position where we can anticipate TMW to be, but only time will answer that question, because with the likes of FS definitely popping off heads, Clarity definitely is going to be looking forward to that revenge, which was, of course, all thanks to the way Freestyle played and completely stopped Clarity in their tracks. So a lot that can be anticipated. But yes, one word that is definitely going to be pushed on along in this match number 9 of the league play day number 2 is going to be Dude Chaos, and as you said, a lot of YOLO approaches from these teams.
Chaos and Naki, whatever you call it, we're gonna all witness it right over here, heading in to the battlegrounds, the fields of Erangel, to find out who has a piece of chicken lying for themselves, as Erangel this time has been so redonkulous, right? Especially with how the circle has been forming. It's got a special relationship with the southern side. We've seen so much of that happening that I'm kind of fed up of it at this particular point. I would love to see myself a good old Yasnaya circle over here. But right now, as we can see, the flight path trajectory heading off from Susnovka military base towards Talbot, a little bit towards the eastern side, a little bit favoring to the teams that tend to drop around Lipovka, Mansion, Yasnaya, School, even Pochinki is reachable at this point. But the teams that tend to go towards Primorsk, Chochapol, Shooting Range, Zaki, they will have to find some vehicles.
They most certainly will have to, but the team that is going to be very, very, or the 2 teams that are going to be very, very happy about this flight path is going to be I8, definitely SALTxi8, as well as MetershotxSKY, because they are in that comfortable lone location for both of these teams. So they're going to be busy looting right off the bat in the early few minutes of the game itself, and that is going to definitely help them get that initial loot set up for them, and maybe even try and push, which is highly unlikely for both of these sides, where, as you perfectly mentioned and called for, success, Yasnaya Yasna Poliana zone is what we are looking at as of now. And along with that, when it comes down to the end of that flight path, TMW, who like to go down mostly towards Zarki area, they're still comfortable because they've got the northeast in front, and that's going to become Mishki for them. Star going down to their known location as well. That's going to be Savani. So a lot of happy teams for now, but let's see how the early aggression or the late aggression is going to be showcased. Now look at TG though, the grounders, right? We can see them slowly floating towards Ferry Pier, and as soon as they get those vehicles, they're going to run down towards Primorsk and then wait till the blue zone. I don't know why they do it. They just love that Primorsk so much that they are wanting to get out of the zone as well and go to Primorsk and then wait for the blue zone and then catch up to the entirety of the zone and what's going on in the lobby. It's very interesting to watch what TG does.
You know what I really like over there is the fact that for them it's kind of good because you go towards Primorsk, then you can take that longer route all the way from the you can go all the way from that northern side, then try to enter inside the circle in a very safe manner. Now if
like
they
the
can try
northwestern, right? Sorry to cut you off. You mean the
yeah.
northwestern, right?
I mean directly head from the western side of Gatka, then go towards George Paul,
right, yeah.
then all the way towards Zaki, and then sort of get inside the zone. Now this is a lot of MENA teams doing that, right? Nigma Galaxy, we've seen Navi pull off, and you know how good these teams have been performing in the global championships. So clearly if they could find themselves pulling off such a rotation, then I think they're going to have a really good game. But more important not, I think Quraysh and Star, these are the teams that I really would want to look out for, because based on this game, you know, their fates are going to be sealed, right? We'll get to have a clear idea if whether or not they're going to be joining with us in the next Super Weekend.
Absolutely, dude. And in that, it is kind of getting closer and closer to almost like the end deal. For example, 3x. I mean, they need so many points now. I don't want to take the opportunity away. Of course, I cannot anyways. They have the opportunity in front of them, but they're just so far away. Look at that. I mean, 15 points is what they've been able to accumulate in the 9 games, or 8 games rather. That is just not 7 games, in fact, for them. That's just not right. And this is looking like very, very difficult to find 3x in the first Super Weekend, at least for now. That's what I'm looking at, but maybe they might just prove me wrong.
I mean, we don't know, Lakshay, but
I know I'm calling a... Yeah, I know. I understand what you're saying.
See, I mean, it's all right. You're all entitled to our opinions, right? If we feel something is there, I might as well speak our hearts out.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about going against the fans or anything, but to me, the stats clearly indicate that it is next to nigh impossible for that team to be able to make it. But yet again, of course, I do want it to be there. Of course, I have seen them absolutely overpower and dominate in the lobby in the qualifiers as well. So, would look forward to that sort of a play style. And keep my fingers crossed for the same on the other front, as we're talking about other teams. For example, TUF, XGeneration. These teams have also have had a tough luck situation in this day as well as the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, right, I was really surprised with watching teams like TUF, XGeneration, MetershotxSKY Esports so down the order, right? These are the old teams. These are the old guards, right? You're supposed to have bigger expectations from them, and them not being able to deliver sort of breaks my heart, but it is something that we've got to live with. The good thing is, of course, that the new teams are clearly picking up pace, so clearly visible the hunger in this region. And of course, you know, Pakistan rightfully has been one of our favorite regions, because we love that sort of an aggressive sort of an outing from them. Which is eventually getting even better with teams like Magnus coming into the fray, with teams like Freestyle, with teams like Clarity showing such an amazing improvement. But hey, Lakshay, we still also have to admit to that one fact that a lot of teams are not really try-harding over here, right? Because these are pretty much the league days, right? You're not gonna go all out on your league days, but
ouch,
Thug.
What a thug approach, dude.
Oh, look at
and
that
the respect that the buggy gave. A salutation to you, thug, because you died under my feet.
It
Wow.
felt like
All right,
it's a middle finger right at you.
That's just unbelievably unlucky thug from the side of XGeneration. We were just talking about the lads from XGeneration. I mean, this is what's happening. This is what is happening. This is what PUBG gods are doing to them. It's not them, right? It's the PUBG gods that are doing this to them, and this is something that, of course, nobody anticipated. But for the other side of, for example, Team TUF. Now, Team TUF have had a decent run, is what I would say. Of course, they find themselves in the 17th position as of now. They've had ups and downs throughout yesterday and today, and I mean, I'm looking at their rotations, I'm looking at the way they're taking the fights. They're doing nothing wrong yet. It's just like SALTxi8. They're getting caught off guard in very, very weird, precarious situations that they find themselves in. And that is, again, maybe could be called unlucky or whatever. But yeah, let's just hope that changes for the side of TUF at least.
For TUF, I mean, I don't know what really went wrong with them, but it's going to be interesting. I really want to see how SALTxi8 pull off their rotation, right? They could be in clear contention against the grounders if both of them make their movement at the right time, but we could see quite some traffic building around that central area, but Voltrox seems to find someone unwanted, an unwanted entity around him. They fought him off from where he was, and now this is the dip of death that I really love to call, because of course you do get some cover, but from majority of the areas you're way out in the open as we see a fight breaking down between XGeneration and MetershotxSKY. Both the teams struggling for making it into the top 16, and Zameen going down pretty early on. Not vital signs for them.
And all thanks to Thug, the dude who was underneath his own buggy is the man who gets that first blood of the lobby. So an amazing turn of events between XGeneration and MetershotxSKY, where MetershotxSKY will also retaliate against the defeat of Zameen from their teammate, and they are going to try and get not confirmed, but I don't think, yes, it has been confirmed. So the elimination point has also been confirmed. So a 1-1 trade has been showcased from the side of NES and XGeneration as of now. Once again, it's only 9 minutes in, so the teams are still holding their fray, and they are just slowly, steadily moving on to get into the comfort of the zone. And now finally beating the Blues, TG, the grounders, find themselves in the vicinity or the edge of the zone.
Oh, it's going to be interesting as to how they're going to approach this. As we take a little bit of a western shift, we do have a lot of areas around it that teams can really capitalize on. The apartments, I'm really surprised, hasn't been taken over by anybody at all. And MetershotxSKY do find themselves in a good position, but not the right numbers on them, to be honest. Now Quantum Rage, they've started to make a move, as we do see Star around that little junction around that western side of Yasnaya, as 3xEsports find themselves in a collision course with Team Regicide, who haven't really been looking to be the best version of themselves. Or maybe it's just me, because yesterday they sort of portrayed this image of them, you know, being really invincible in the map of Miramar, and now they're getting early eliminations. Maybe they spilled a lot of beans. Teams have really come in well prepared for them. Or maybe it's just them being really complacent, right? Understanding the fact that, yeah, we've had really good games. Now we can try and play a lot aggressive than usual. As a result, getting onto the darker side of things.
It is very much possible, because that does end up happening with so many teams as well. Along with that, it is going to be 3x's Lee taking on the shots against the players of 4v TFD, and that was going to be Starboy, who has been caught, but it seems like Ali was not able to get even a single bullet onto his objective, onto his opponent, and in doing so, it is going to be absolutely no damage caused. And 3x is still again a 4-man strong army. Of course, they have had information for quite some time for the teams that are making rotations around the vicinity of that compound, but sadly they have not been able to damage or irk any of the teams that made that rotation around the compound. On the other front, from the side of Quantum Rage, they have some information, they have some real good information, but what are they going to do with it? R3G is going to be in their crosshairs for now, but they are not out in the open, and R3G are definitely in the comfort of the zone, of the compound, sorry. An easy, slow gameplay being showcased from the side of these teams, again, because they do know what's on the line, they do know what's on stake, and they want to take as much time as they can before they are committed to a fight, and this is a long range fight, so both the teams are trying to play it safe, I think.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Sorry for that little bit of a technical issue, right? We stay in troubled worlds. Sometimes our internet just acts upon us, but Crypto has managed to get the better out of Amer. Now it's going to be really interesting if SALTxi8 really take a dig at it. But interesting to find that Crypto has opted and started using a lot of mini over here, because usually you find this lethal beast from the mid-range use that signature M4 of his, but now we do have the players of Regicide holding on to a really good compound. I'm really interested to see how they're gonna get themselves in fight. For now, I think they're just gonna be pretty chill about things. They're right at the hotspot central area, and
Yep.
we're gonna see where this next shift takes us to, because Star, all right, they had that little bit of a plan there. If the circle goes out on towards the western side, or maybe towards the northern side, the contingency really working out, and now they can really capitalize on the situation. But it surely is a dream game for TMW. What do you say?
Agreed. I mean, this is like a silver platter being handed to TMW, but not only that, they were also able to get the airdrop as well. So nothing, there are no complaints, there are no excuses that can be showcased on the side of TMW, because they have the zone, they have the guns, and they need to deliver. And there we have it. I mean, airdrop has been taken by Harry, so they've got everything working for their side. And on the other front, for I8, Salt not looking too good, as they're eating a lot of their own salt, and it is Magnus bringing in a lot of damage, and spray control not going to allow you to do anything, Crypto, because when you've got a vehicle hurtling down towards your face, dude, yeah, no bullet is going to be able to stop it.
Oh yeah. Right now at this particular situation, Magnus, they find themselves in an interesting spot. They've got to have respect getting back towards Dale to find him that rest that he's looking out for. Now SALTxi8, same old story, right? Find themselves in such an interesting spot. Few of the players being knocked out, but they're gonna make sure that they get themselves back to full HP in no time, as things could have gotten really worse with Cairo making the push over here. This is exactly where Reviews is going to be tested, as Cairo believes that they're inside the shack. He's unaware of the fact that they're outside, and now he's going to be taking the brunt of it as he gets knocked out. Now at this particular moment, SALTxi8 need to make sure that they get inside the shack over here, as Respect and Mom2, they're going to both make a move at it. At Blade, he's going to watch out for them. He's going to make sure that he provides that quintessential cover fire, as he does have Mom2 and both Respect in his radar. Now SALTxi8, they've got their players back alive, but Crypto stepping out of cover at not so really good HP. It's a really ballsy decision he's taken, and still manages to see this through.
Dude, this is getting so very crazy right now, and the shake that is shacking all across, this is just not the kind of play that was anticipated, because Magnus, they thought this would be an easy rundown, no problem at all. SALTxi8 will be crushed, but they are still busy in the fight, and SALTxi8, they just do not want to back down, and Salt, thanks to Blade, all the far back there, giving them so much cover fire. This is the reason why SALTxi8 has been able to get that revival done, push on along, and now it's Crypto's moment to try and get that run gun situation to the face of Magnus, but that will not be allowed. But in the end, it is SALTxi8 getting the better half of this fight. Magnus Esports, the team that honestly were looking very comfortable in that push, have definitely been pincered down, and that push is on to another fight altogether, where Quantum Rage are the ones who are absolutely stopping R3D in their tracks as they try to take the compound. But Quantum Rage said, hey dude, no, this is ours, and this is ours for the taking, and in doing so, Vaz has been knocked and sent back into the lobby. Thus, they've got 2 elimination points confirmed. That's going to be from the side of Quantum Rage. And just now in the kill feed, we did see SALTxi8's Crypto, I think it was, thanks to the play zone, has been dropped out of this lobby.
Really good bait and switch play from Crypto over there, right? Going around, traversing with the Bucky, spotting, forcing the last player to take shots at him, as a result of which the remainder of his teammates made sure that they pull out whatever remains of his mortal body. But for now, I mean, of course, a little bit of an impatience being shown by the players of Quantum Rage, especially Spark being way out of his cover, right? And surely being capitalized upon it as IQ has got his sight set elsewhere as he finds the better out of Kadir over there as SALTxi on clearly low HP just gets blown up. And now, suddenly out of IQ, he's sitting at 2 kills over here.
Dude, this is a complete chaotic match that has taken place where so many fights have taken down in the past few minutes itself. It is absolutely chaotic. And talking about the zone itself, it is reminding me of the previous season's PMPL, which is where we did have this sort of a circle, and the circle zoned out towards that fjord. That's kind of that lake that's been created, the Morawari. And if this zone moves out towards that side, all the teams are going to be in such a chaotic mess. I mean, this is chaotic right now, but if that zone moves south, then there's so much more chaos that is definitely bound to take place. With that, we're 17 minutes in, 14 teams somehow still surviving, and the only team who have had a good run till now, I would say, is Quantum Rage as well as SALTxi8 with the 4 elimination points to them side.
But now this is where it gets a whole lot more interesting, because I really find 3x in such a good place of contention that all they need to do is just ward off every single threat that looms their way. But North Esports getting eliminated again, one step closer from not entering the Super Weekend number 1, as Anubis finds himself in real dire situation as Khan slippery legs out there and does take a fall. But now FMxR3D are going to be engaging into a collision course against QWERTY. Let's see how this pans out.
Let's see, definitely, because I8 are the ones who are taking on the fight against the players of Team Star, and in doing so have been able to accumulate 6 elimination points to their name, but have also lost 2 of their players. On the other front, it's going to be QWERTY's Khan taking on an impressive fight against Anubis, and in doing so, that is the first elimination point that has been confirmed to the side of Team QWERTY. But will that be enough, mate? Because you guys need to deliver a heck of a ton more than just a 1 or 2 elimination point game. On the other front, for the side of SALTxi8, they've had a really good run, but that will be all, because they are getting eliminated on that 12th position.
I mean, well, again, they've got so much work to do. This was my only complaint with SALTxi8, right? Them heading down to the military base. It takes so much out of them to come out of it,
true.
right? To make sure that they enter into these northern circles, and their plan of sticking around the edges has clearly not been favoring them, right? Of course, they've always had one of those players who tends to survive till the very end, but this was not the case over here. So they know that for the Super Weekend, they've got to work out on a lot of other things, but not enough time to do that. But hopefully, for all the fans of SALTxi8, we hope that they get back into pristine form really soon. But Pika finds himself in a really interesting spot, but hold on, as Team Star has been eliminated at the 11th spot. Now this is going to sound so alarming, because they've not gotten any elimination, so not a lot of points being taken out from here, so, and their hopes of making into the top 16 seems to be languishing right now.
And same can be said for Quraysh as well, because TFD's constant spray against the players of that team is going to be the demise of their side. With just 1 elimination point, Quraysh Esports get eliminated on the 10th spot. And another thing to actually bring our attention towards was from the side of Team QWERTY, as they had just 1 team to take on, and that has been delivered. That is going to be from the side of FM, but there we go, FM3RD has been eliminated. Now Pika was the final man remaining over there, and now with that, it is Team TUF. The moment for them to shine is here, and Khan is trying to run away. And he's going to be able to make it. Sorry, brain freeze there.
I mean, a lot of action going out, and do not really blame you for that. But for TMW, this is going to be such an important fight, such a important compound hold that they've got to do. But out of luck, Big Boss will find himself, because the grounders have come in so close to them. Can he manage to get a knock? But no, says Shapatar, who will in fact get the knock and also the kill secured, as Harry, he's got to make a retreat at that. Now we've got 3 teams in contention for what could be the hottest property over here in Erangel right now, as Joker, he's going to be cooking up a grenade, lobs it inside the washroom, is where he can find 6-saw, but not getting any substantial amount of damage done.
Absolutely. For now, that will be the case where indeed TMW's 2 players have been eliminated thanks to the side of the grounders. But TMW's Harry, he's still not yet done. He wants to take care of his flank angles as well as try and stay into this compound where TUF have the 4-man squad going up against the grounders who also have a 4-man squad. But who will get the better half, because it is TUF who have had the initial brunt. And not only that, the second man goes down for the side of TUF, and it rolls on to Zigsaw to bring this fight to a nail-biting end. And in doing so, a complete synergistic push from the grounders will result in the end of the team that was holding on that fort for quite some time. That's going to be in the name of TUF, and the fight that TUF took against the players of TMW, well, that team is still holding on strong. They've got a 2-man army, but yeah, they're still holding on strong. So a decent GG play from TMW.
I mean, Fort Knox has been conquered, right? They could not do enough, Team TUF over there, but TMW, they're going to be sitting things out. They're going to just be hoping that they can survive till the very end. The top 3 finish is by far, by all means, a really good finish for them, but Cronus managing to make sure he gets the better out of Ash, as Ali from up top, he's got his eyes set. Now, Sirius, he's going to be very, very wary of Team 3x being on those higher grounds. Now, this is going to be so crucial for them to amass as many kills as they can from this particular spot, right? The only potential threat for them is going to be Team QWERTY. Apparently, Gravity, he's been dealing with the brunt of it and has been taken down.
I completely agree with you, mate. I mean, Team QWERTY, the way they were making that northern rotation, slowly pushing on along from XGeneration to their likes, and then finally getting that northern region calling their own. And TMW's Harry, I mean, this dude is definitely popping off a lot of heads today, and he has been able to sadly get that damage for himself and his team, but no elimination points sadly on the front. It is going to be his teammate who will definitely push on along, and Team QWERTY's Destroyer absolutely taking the brunt to his face, but not before he brings in a massive blow. And TMW, I mean, every single way you look at, there are so many incredible fights taking place between these warriors.
Oh, definitely is, but look at this, you know, QWERTY being a little bit of a situation as they go up against the grounders who are completely grounded by the players of QWERTY, but 3x really chiming in, could not keep themselves away from the fight. It's going to be a kill galore for the M as they keep on slicing everyone through. Feels like a hot knife just cutting through that butter over there. But Gravity, I think the only player surviving for QWERTY. Now 3x Esports do seem that chicken dinner very close, almost in front of their faces. But can they successfully seal it? Can they make it theirs? Because TMW seem to be their nearby competitors, and boy oh boy, they have been playing a really good game of PUBG Mobile so far.
Absolutely. I mean, TFW as well as 3x, both of these teams, in fact, Team QWERTY as well. I mean, but I would say Team QWERTY in certain sense has been consistent throughout the day in terms of the way they are able to finish those games. But 3x, TMW, they both needed these kind of wins. But 3x, I mean, the jump that this team is going to be making, 8 elimination points, and they still have one more game remaining for the day. So a comeback story has definitely been inclined from the side of 3x Esports if they're able to get this again with that 10 elimination points correction. I mean, Team QWERTY has been eliminated as well.
I mean, this is exactly the game that they needed, and when it all mattered, the boys are really stepping up. With still one more game to go, I think they're going to be contesting for the top 16 spot, with Harry spotted out by Ali as he's going to take a few shots at him, but still not connecting, but still in such an interesting spot. But all he's going to do is try to position his crosshairs down a little bit, and switching on to the FPP mode was exactly all he needed. But it's going to be the nade from Kaizen that gets the knock. Now getting into really up close and personal situation with Reaper X will get the life pulled out of him as 3x Esports finally step up and live up to that old name that they've had and get those 13 eliminations, and also make sure 28 points are collected for these lads, and a beautiful winner with a chicken dinner.
And an amazing jump as well to the 14th position with one more game still remaining for the side of 3x. So no matter how bad they play, even if they end up walking away with just placement points on the 5th position or 6th position, they're looking pretty comfortable to be a part of the first Super Weekend. So yeah, talk about comeback stories. I mean, 3x Esports, they are creating legend right here. They're definitely creating some history with the likes of them not able to play and then playing it to such a different pace altogether. They walk away with not only a chicken dinner, but an amazing elimination points as well, elimination tally as well. So a GG play from the side of this team and TMW. So let's see. I mean, they finished second. They had decent amount of elimination points as well, but will it be enough for them to stick themselves in the top 16?
You know, this is getting so much more exciting, right? You know,
Exactly.
suddenly out of nowhere, all the teams in the bottom have suddenly awoken and they've channeled their inner spirits, or I do not know what they've done, but they're playing so well right now. With TMW being so consistent, with 3x Esports getting that chicken dinner, with QWERTY also getting that top 3 finish, things have gotten so very interesting. We're going to have a lot of conversation, but after this short little break.
Go.
It's our chance.
To reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Alright, welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League. Pakistan region right here, and this is just day number 2 of the league plays, and in doing so, joining me on this final game journey on the Miramar map is going to be CA. And dude, did you witness this Erangel game? Did you witness the mayhem and chaos that was being created right now?
Oh yeah, of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world, and I think really, as you said, mayhem and chaos indeed. I'm really excited to see how it's affected the overall standings, because you can see 3x Esports, they had a killer of a match. Cronus, the MVP of this matchup itself. That is going to affect the bottom 4 with 3x Esports now stepping up, and with only one more match left to go. Blotter, to decide which teams are going to go to the Super Weekend. It's now or never for all of the teams in the second half of the bracket.
You know what, CA, I gotta say, dude, thank you, in fact. You know, when the day started off, you were the one who mentioned that I would love to see the final result of the day before we jump into the final game to be so very close, just 1 or 2 point shy difference between that top 16, and that's exactly what it seems like we're jumping towards. So yeah, thank you for that, dude.
I'm very happy with it too, because I'm also very happy that 3x Esports able to find some success for themselves. Top 2 players for them, Cronus and Miracle, clearly outperforming the rest of the lobby as well as their teammates to a certain extent to really get themselves to this mark. But of course, it was a team effort to even make it happen in the first place. So really, I think 3x Esports will now breathe a sigh of relief. I think irrespective of the way this last match ends up going, their spot in the Super Weekend number 1 should be more or less secured.
It should definitely be. I think so as well. I definitely think so as well. But again, I mean, the final stay is going to be about TMW's play. I mean, they had a decent run, but since this was their final game and they will not be playing the next game, Group A, basically, I mean, throughout, will not be playing the final game of the day. TMW, they had a good run, but will it be enough? On the other side, look at that. I just noticed. Damage received for the side of 3x Esports, 93. 93, that is it, and the damage dealt is 2050. How do you come up?
Domination.
Wow, dude, that's
a lot of third
different
parties.
class of domination and third parties altogether. Exactly, I mean, you were so on point with that point as well, right? I mean, they were just picking like flies and mosquitoes as they saw themselves into the final zone of the final game of the previous game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the other teams ended up playing the price for that. Miracle with the most damage, Miracle with the most elims, Cronus with the most damage, and Nox just setting his teammate up for success. It's not even like Miracle had the most elims by a far mark, Cronus with 5 himself, so huge points for 3x Esports in this game. I'm really excited to see how this affects the overall standings. Which teams, I assume teams like TUF, for example, are going to be affected in the bottom 4. Maybe even, I'm not sure, XGeneration. I'm curious to see which teams have the work cut out for them going into this last match of the day.
I think you're on point. I mean, TUF, XGeneration, TMW, these are the teams that are going to have a very difficult say. or rather not, because will not be able to say anything because TMW just did play their final game. Same can be said for Quraysh Esports, Quantum, as well as SALTxi8. But before we jump in towards that, looking at just this game's result, we do have 3x Esports walking away with the chicken dinner along with the Grounders. 7 eliminations, 10 placement points. I mean, we were talking about the team. I personally was talking about the Grounders, and finally, I am happy to say that the Grounders are definitely making a comeback story, which is looking pretty phenomenal. And same is the case for Team QWERTY as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we were expecting these teams after a dismal day one to be able to bounce back on day two. And so far, so okay. I'd say still not perfect, but it's exactly the kind of thing you want to see. Correcting mistakes, getting yourself into the top 4, top 5 mark to secure your spot in the Super Weekend. Now you build onto this to get yourself ready for the Super Weekend, and that's where you really look to peak and make your mark as a team. What's even more interesting though is going to be Blotter seeing how, like, I think for certain teams right here, like you mentioned, TMW, they did a decent performance here, and if those 14 points do end up being enough, because I do think you're right in the regard to the fact that they don't have any matches left.
Well, TMW are done for the day, right? I mean, they are done in the sense like just during the league plays itself. They're done for today. So they've played all the 4 games that they were supposed to, because in the final game that we are left with, TMW will not be able to participate. And that is going to be basically like, yes, for now, as we move on into the overall standings, they might find themselves in the top 16. But there's still 1 more game remaining and they will not be participating. Thus, their fate relies upon how the other teams are going to be playing. And so we'll find out what the end result is going to be. And same, of course, we'll see what the case is going to be for the side of TUF as well, because TUF had a decent run throughout the day, but will it be enough for them to stick their necks into the top 16 as we move on through? But before we talk about any of that, of course, we do have the open moments on our screens, and TMW's Harry and Reaper. I mean, these guys were legends in the way that they were able to take on fights and just slowly and aggressively push on against so many incredible teams to find themselves in the top 2 position in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be quite interesting. Of course, in these Oppo moments, you can see some of the final fights between 3x and TMW. They just had the better position, the higher ground. You can see how much it means to them, because they're just not able to get off to a decent note before these matches. But hey, Fix has also mentioned this. All you really need, given the volatile nature of the leaderboard, is that one chicken dinner to make it happen. They get that chicken dinner, they get themselves into a comfortable spot, and most likely into the Super Weekend as well.
Most likely. With that, we do have damage draft to look at, I believe. After that, we'll be looking at the overall storyboard, and then we, as well as the viewers, will find out what exactly is the difference between those points that we are talking about constantly, because that storyboard is the most important thing. That is why these league play days are organized, because the top 16 teams from these 2 days in the overall ranking will move on into the Super Weekend, and through the Super Weekend is when or how these teams are going to be able to, get those points for themselves to move on ahead into the journey of PMPL. But like I said, before we talk about any of that, we do have the damage draft, and 3x 2056 damage, 13 eliminations, and then comes TNW with 888 damage. All right, so yeah, they've got some good numbers going on for themselves, but only 2 eliminations. That's all right, but will that be enough?
Yeah, will that be enough is the biggest question. So we'll see in the leaderboard right after this if it will end up being enough. And just to remind our viewers once again that the match we're going into is the final match of the day. So it's not, the teams we're not going to be seeing is teams from Group A, which is SALTxi8, Quantum Rage, Quraysh, and TMW. Out of this, I think SALTxi8 and Quantum Rage are most likely safe. Quraysh and TMW are most likely the teams that might be in trouble, because for Quraysh too, this matchup was not so great. They only got 1 elimination, not great in terms of placement either. So I think this is a team that is going to be potentially in the risk zone with respect to the leaderboard itself. So we'll have to see if Quraysh will end up just faltering in that last minute and some other team will take over.
Indeed, and as you were mentioning that, actually, I was looking at Magnus, I was looking at Metershot as well. Now, these are teams, I mean, Metershot specifically, not Magnus, but Metershot for sure is one of those teams that has not really been consistent throughout the day. So they're going to be taking a pretty good dip as well. But looking at the first page in the overall storyboard itself, we've got Freestyle looking very comfortable with 109 points. The only team to have a 3-digit total point for themselves. That's going to be 109, and then followed in by Clarity. But yeah, I mean, overall, all these teams are looking pretty comfortable. You've got Quantum, you've got Resicide, SALTxi8, 52x Rage. So indeed, in doing so, they have been looking comfortable. But Team QWERTY, now we reach Team QWERTY. Now this is definitely a big leap. The day started off where we did see them, I believe, on the 12th position or 11th position, and they've made a huge jump to find themselves on the 7th for now.
Exactly. So 4 spots gained from this match itself. They still got one more to go. So more or less safe in that regard. But going on to the second page, I'm curious to see, besides where TMW and Quraysh will end up being. I think Quraysh will most likely be outside the top 16. Oh, no, they know. Oh my god, look at this. 15th and 16th. So Quraysh and TMW will be desperately hoping that Team Star, Team TUF, XGeneration and North Esports have a horrible game here in this match. Because if any of them have a good game, first Quraysh will go, first TMW will go, then Quraysh, and they're only 1 point apart. So one decent game can change it all. We're talking about one decent game changing it all from 20th. Leapfrogging Quraysh and TMW, 3x Esports jump onto that 14th spot by 1 point. By 1 point, Plotter.
Dude, I still think TMW and Quraysh can make it. Because Team Star, they have to accumulate 8 plus points to move into the 16th. Team TUF have to accumulate 9 plus points to be able to jump into the top 16. You know, and then XGeneration, that's a completely different ballpark altogether. So realistically looking at it, Team Star as well as Team TUF, the stats that they've been able to showcase today, this is looking very difficult for them as well. Even though it's just 8 points or 9 points, it's looking very difficult.
Yeah, 100%. I think it is indeed looking very, very difficult, but really, if it ends up being 8 points or 9 points, like realistically, that's just like 5 or 6 eliminations. And then a few points picked up in terms of placement. So for the 17th and 18th team, at least, it does look possible. And that will be enough to push Quraysh and TMW off the top 16. So I'm sure they will have their fingers in their mouths, really biting their nails as they get ready to watch this final match.
Yeesh, okay. Well, 3x definitely pulled a hat out of the bag for that game, dude, because they jumped out of that situation with no problem whatsoever at all. And now these 2 teams that find themselves, or rather 4 teams is what we should say, the 15th and 16th position holder, that's going to be Quraysh, as well as, of course, TWM. And then comes in, of course, our TUF, and the other is going to be XGeneration, I believe. No, Team Star. And so, these 4 teams, this is where my eye is going to be gauged out towards on the map of Miramar as to what exactly are these teams doing. Are they going against each other first of all, right? That's going to be the first question that I have to ask. And are they going to be drop contesting as well, is another question to ask. And let's find out. I mean, Team Star, I've seen them go towards Chumasera, but anyways, whatever the stats say, in the end, we'll see what the game is going to be ending up to be, what the IGL ends up deciding, because so many times we've seen those YOLO approaches as well, right? And those YOLO approaches in those final moments end up kind of working out many times for these teams.
Exactly. Like sometimes it's about just going YOLO, believing in your instincts, believing in your gut to pull off the right move, and finding the confidence to do that is usually more than enough for these teams to try and help them secure that spot in the top 16. But damn, is it looking scary for Quraysh and TMW right now? TMW more than Quraysh, but almost equally so, because they're only 1 point apart. And I'm curious to see if any team does end up upsetting them, or we end up just seeing all of the bottom 4 teams right now just getting eliminated really early. It's going to make this final match extremely interesting, and that's the way we like it.
That's the way we like it, absolutely. And again, I mean, TMW, one thing that I'm absolutely looking forward to, not necessarily looking forward to, but kind of keeping an eye out based on the stats that Team TUF and Team Star have showcased till now, is it's looking difficult for them. And since it's looking difficult for them, we might just have that X Factor gameplay that was showcased from the side of TUF that might, or not TUF, sorry, TMW, that might end up resulting in them moving into the top 16. Of course, it's very early to say. It's just a prediction from my side. But that would be a complete mind blown for me, because when it was required from the side of TMW, they've not only got a really good game, they got a second position with good placement points. So just that, when it was required, definitely worked in that team's favor. Maybe TUF and Team Star might be able to do that as well. And we do know, viewers, that we are slacking, we are just dragging like a drag queen, but it seems like there is a little few moments before we jump into the final game that again is going to be played on Miramar. And well, let's see what the journey entails for these teams. But all right, so see, moving away from these 4 teams, dude, we've been talking about these 4, and my anticipation cannot go any further than what to expect. So let's talk about the other teams altogether.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the first page. Do you think we can anticipate Magnus's comeback? You know, Magnus Esports, a very aggressive team that we see now sitting on the 10th position. MetershotxSKY, a team that was looking pretty neat in terms of ups and downs, but they were still, you know, consistently moving on 4th. But they also find themselves in a little bit of backbench. So what do you think is the reason for that, and where do you see those teams ending up?
I mean, I think it's a little unlikely simply because of the fact that they've probably seen the leaderboard and they're like, we've qualified. But let's just chill out.
That could be a possibility, absolutely, because again, I've been playing this late. They just want to be able to chill, and again, to let our viewers know, this is all about qualifying, right? It's not about who's on number 1 or who's on number 5 or who's on number 10 in the overall standing, because the top 16 qualify, and as they qualify, their points are going to go down to 0 as they will start in their Superweekend journey. It will be 0 points for all those teams. Right now, these matches that we're looking at are all about just able to get yourself in the top 16 and just qualify for that Super Weekend. With that, the flight path on our screens moving all the way from the west to the east towards Bronca, and right off the bat we do have a few of these teams jumping right off the bandwagon, and it is going to be 52 XGeneration who are going to be moving themselves down towards El Pozo, along with Team QWERTY, who like to actually go down towards Villa del Mar, who might actually drop down a little early because there's a vehicle down there that might be able to utilize. But yeah, for now, we are looking pretty comfortable. But look at what PX is doing. They've once again got a very manly split going on right there for the team.
Yeah, a classic 3x really. Similarly for 52 XGeneration as well, I believe I expect that 2-2 split to come out, but this flight path is almost the exact opposite of what Fixes and I saw, so maybe the circle as well will be the exact opposite of what we saw. But one other battle that we didn't really get to talk about with respect to the ranking is the battle between Freestyle and QWERTY, both of the teams in this lobby right now, battling for that number 1 slot. So we'll see if Freestyle is able to hold on to it. But hey, final match of the day, and PUBG Mobile gods are like, okay, fine, we've run out of crazy circles, you know, just take a standard one, might as well. We'll save the cool ones for the Super Weekend.
Which is also possible, but you know what, when it comes down to these generic circles as well, I've noticed that when it comes to these generic circles, the teams in Pakistani lobby, they are so aggressive. And today throughout the entirety of day number 2 of the league play, every single team, I mean, we've seen early skirmishes, we've seen teams take on fights head on, and it all boils down to this final game. So once again, I am rooting and hoping for a lot of fully fights, first blood situation in the next couple of minutes itself, and some action-packed gameplay being showcased from QWERTY.
Yeah, that's certainly what we're hoping for, and we might just get it in the bag for us, but my eyes are actually around the La Bendita area, because one of the teams that is facing the threat of elimination from the first Super Weekend, you could see MetershotxSKY in that 20th spot. They're quite close to our number 1 team, Freestyle. So that's kind of scary for MetershotxSKY. We'll see if they're able to quickly get on out of there. I don't think Freestyle is a fight you want to take this early.
Dum dhabake dauda, right? That's the word, that's the proverb, whatever it's called, where indeed NES is definitely running away from that position. They do not want to see the face and light of Freestyle. That's exactly what's happening, where they've got a split, and a 2-man split is definitely working in favor of MetershotxSKY. This is information that I'm looking at from the map viewers, but just trust my words when I tell you that MetershotxSKY is out of the scary situation that they were in, and they find themselves in the comfort of Los Leones now. But along with that, it's only going to be a few minutes, because fights is what the battleground is all about. With that, Team Star moving on along with the UMP meta, looking pretty comfortable. Hunk getting that loot aggregated for himself, but he is all by his lonesome, and his team is also, it seems, a little scattered. But that's going to be fine, because they are all still very close to each other at the water treatment plant.
Yeah, it should be okay for now for Team TUF in terms of locations, but not really in terms of the live ranking. As you can see, 18th spot for Team TUF. I think Star and TUF are the ones to really look out for in this matchup, because they're the ones with the possible upset coming in on Quraysh and TMW. They've got to get 10 points basically to secure the back. 10 for TUF, 9 for Star. So we'll see if they're able to make it happen. North Esports, of course, much harder for them. They've got to basically get a chicken dinner. That's the only way they're going to get out. Okay, not specifically a chicken dinner. I think it's second or third place would be good enough with enough elimination points as well. But they've got to get about 20 to 22 points, I believe, to qualify for the Super Weekend. So extremely difficult, but not impossible. And that's something that 3X have proved.
Which is true, exactly, right? I mean, 3X were basically just handed it down on a silver platter, so it is very much possible for the likes of such teams to be able to provide it that sort of an opportunity as well. But it's once in a lifetime sort of a thing, which again is, well, for now we can say once in a league week kind of a thing, because every week we're definitely going to be looking at moments like these that are going to be created. So we can definitely keep an optimistic mind to that approach and anticipation. But on the other side, we've got the likes of Freestyle, who have been not looking forward to any of these thoughts, because they are creating their own storyline. They are creating their own standards every single game, pushing themselves, trying to get as many points as they possibly can, trying to get as many elimination points as well as they can. So very comfortable approach from the side of FS, and we shall definitely look on to a rivalry being created, I think, from this week 1 between FS and Clarity.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll see if this is the trend that continues in Super Weekend, because more often than not, from what I've seen, is that usually in Super Weekend, day 1 is the days of upsets, where a lot of teams that you're not expecting start pulling back. Day 2 is the day of comebacks, and then day 3 is where everything starts settling down. So we'll have to see if that trend continues or not, and if Freestyle and Clarity, the teams that have so far dominated in this league stage, continue to do so in a consistent manner. But right now, standard setup for Miramar. Not a single player or team lost, not much action. Of course, it's also the last match of the day, so a little bit of nerves attached as well. I'm sure teams will be a little more cautious in their approach.
Whoa, Team Star, that's not a cautious approach at all, dude. You definitely have a class 101, which says clearly, if you're on the map of Miramar, or whichever map actually, you should definitely not be hunkered down in one single vehicle. That's the worst decision you could possibly hope for. But then again, that's Team Star, and they're of course, like CS said as well, they're definitely open to their opinion, and it's absolutely fine, and I guess might just work for them. Let's see.
And of course, in no party like a bus party. So of course, when you go together, you got the bus party vibes going on.
A bit too
you
early
got the
for
good
a party,
music on.
Possible, very much possible though. I mean, that's the fun approach as well. You definitely want to be able to have fun as you're enjoying these very strenuous situations that you're facing with $100,000 prize pool and whatnot. One thing that these players ought to keep in mind, as well as the viewers, are in the end, these are players, these are human beings just like you and I, and they are also liable to make certain mistakes, which is absolutely fine, but they need to have some fun, and that is what is required rather than getting too serious. On the other front, Metershot still sticking to that late rotation, coming all the way from northeast. Campo Militar, in fact, one of their players has still not got into a vehicle, so they are still taking a very low-key approach. So as the zone starts constricting onto itself, all of these 64 teams won't have that much more open space, and that's when the chaos is definitely going to strike. And it seems like it is right around the corner between XGeneration and Team Star.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be extremely interesting. But right now, Team Star, they're going in for a battle real early. XGs, they have the util lined up, but they get caught with it in its hand. JD going down real early as Emerge will find Thug as well on the flank. Osama now trying to finish off Thug, and XGeneration under a lot of pressure as Team Star look to pick up the pace. One of the few teams who is in the bottom 4 might make a contest to try and get out of it, and the best way to do it, Blotter, is to get at early squad wipe. Get the 4 free points under your table real quick and nice. And they're doing exactly that. Now moving on to the last 2 players of XGeneration.
They definitely are doing it in style. They've already got 2 elimination points confirmed, with all 4 members synergistically pushing on along. That's from the side of Team Star. They are just trying to hunker down against the players of XGeneration. Psycho has been brought down. Psycho was able to bring in a little bit of damage to Emerge, but that will not be allowed for long, because in the end, XGeneration will be eliminated, and it is going to be the side of Team Star. who have gotten 4 elimination points already confirmed. So correct me if I'm wrong. I was calculating for the side of Team Star that was sitting on the 17th position, if I'm not mistaken. They had to accumulate 8 points, and then they'll be able to topple 9 points, right? 8 points to sum up, and then 9 points, one more point to exactly to topple over. So, well, they've got 4. They only need 5 more. Okay, there's still life possible.
Exactly, and 5 points is not too hard in placement aspect. Like, if you can just hold on for dear life. Get
Ali, on the other hand,
did you see that? On the way? Oh no!
Sorry, Ali was not able to hold on to his dear life. As soon as he said "hold on to your dear life," there comes in Ali, who had just dropped out of his Kamado. So, never mind. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
No, I completely get it. Ali just, well, we talked about a lot of players having a good time. Ali just be like, whatever. I'll get all of the random moments out now. I won't do it in the Super Weekend.
Well. Oof. We have 16, my apologies, 15 teams still remaining. As we did just see XGeneration getting eliminated, rather handed themselves in on to Star X, and in doing so, lost all of their lives. Whoa, Mr. Black. The grounders, Mr. Black, is definitely visible, is he not? Hassan OP, how can he not see that? Karel in his hand with a 4X, and he cannot see... Dude, he could definitely see the cargo pants. At least I thought he could see the cargo pants. Never mind. Maybe he was not looking at that same position. But now with Mr. Black moving away, he will definitely have that information. And Hassan OP is going to hold on to that fort. As we can see in the minimap, his teammates are also right around in the vicinity. So they may be planning a SWAT attack against that compound of Mr. Black, the grounders side. With that, the first airdrop dropped on the LMG along with the level 3 kit. Dude, what's your opinion about the LMG?
Oh, I love the MG3 per se. I think it's my potentially favorite, like with the exception of the AWM. Now, objectively, of course, I think MG3 is better than AWM, but I personally love sniping, so it's why I like the AWM. But MG3, I think, is one of the top 2, 3, maybe objective weapons that you could get out of that.
Okay, so if I were to say, compare the LMG to MT49 then?
I don't know. There's a reason you rarely see the M249 on the drop,
Yeah, I know, dude, I know. But yeah, with that, I mean, you move on into the game itself. It seems like 3X have now gotten another team that they want to be able to bring in a little bit of blow to, and that's going to be in the name of Team QWERTY. Not a bad stance, because if you look at the 3X's play, on the minimap, we've got 2 of these players who are set up right here, and 2 of them on top of the mountain. So a really good flank angle that they've been able to create. But thankfully for Team QWERTY, it's the compound that's going to be able to favor them.
Yeah, exactly. QWERTY do have that compound in favor, but 3X with the high ground. Ooh. Take it. Okay. No, never mind. Don't take it if you're going to miss it, Gravity. Come on. Hit the shot. Kaizen, on the other hand, though, has just as good a scope. Will not take the shot. It is just peace right now for most of these teams. Voltrox has picked up that MG3 we were talking about. Blotted, and the circle has taken an eastern shift, and look who's smack bang in the middle of that circle with high ground already taken. It's MetershotxSKY. We talked about this. They need to finish top 3 to find themselves with the potential of getting into the top 16. Well, with these kinds of circles, it certainly doesn't look too hard.
It definitely is not, but they have to play their cards right. I mean, the aggressive stance we've seen from the likes of Freestyle, 19 elimination, chicken dinner, I mean...
oh, no.
Ouch. What sort of a Spider-Man Ali are you trying to be? I mean, Ali definitely is... I mean, he's the same dude from 3X who we did see earlier drop off out of a running vehicle as well, right? And now he's jumping along, trying to catch onto rocks. I mean, Ali has a different mindset today, I think, from 3X. Yeah. The previous game definitely got to his head, perhaps. I mean, that's all right. That's all right. I mean, you made it into the top 16, so I wouldn't complain.
Yeah, I mean, after the chicken dinner, he reached Cloud 9, and then he just dropped back to reality in that drop, and he's like, oh no, there's drop damage as well. The funny thing is, he drops once, almost dies, heals himself, and then drops and dies again. Like, okay. Okay, bro.
Like you said, you so perfectly mentioned, he was on Cloud 9 based on previous games, chicken dinner, and then slowly since then, he's trying to settle himself back. First with the vehicle that he was able to just jump out of, and then from the mountain. So now he's just slowly grounding himself to get back into the playing field, into the battleground, and then maybe he's going to be popping off heads in just in a couple of minutes. Maybe, fingers crossed that he does. Just trying to justify what he's doing in the game. But on the other front, FS, as you perfectly mentioned, they find themselves in a very, very beautiful placement in the center of the zone and across the graveyard, but very close to their vicinity is also going to be the pink team. That is the Grounders, I think. Let me see. Yeah, they are. There they are. The Grounders it is. So, this is definitely a wonderful positioning. It's just a bit too early, so they're going to have to just wait it out, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to have to be patient in their positioning. And same for North Esports. They've got that. If they can ensure control of that entire mountain range to themselves, they effectively use GGWP. But it's a very risky area to be in because someone could easily come onto you from the left or right with the high ground still maintained. Like without that high ground advantage that North Esports have because of the length or rather breadth of that mountain range and the area to which it really does extend. Right now though, TUF trying to catch out a couple of teams on the move, not really able to knock anyone out, so still no teams will end up finding themselves in a precarious spot. But the zone's starting to close in now, Lotter. It will start doing a lot more damage than teams are able to get around.
Absolutely. Let's see where does it go, and it goes to North Esports. All right, all right. Dude, your word, mate, your word. Your word is the charm of the day is what I would say, because it is seemingly like your word might lead NES into a chicken dinner situation, which they've already been awarded. They just need to be able to capitalize upon it. On the other front, it is going to be the Grounder Shaptar trying to use, I think it was his mini, I did not see, but yeah, that did not work out in his favor as he was caught. And 52 exchange, get the better half, and safe definitely dropped from the side of the Grounders.
Oh, Emerge getting caught out with the circle doing a bunch of damage. Joker adding on to that. Stars. Remember, this team got those 4 eliminations early, Blotter, but they need to survive. They need to survive at least till the top, at least 6, I'd say.
Dude, TUF is right underneath them. This is the team that is stealing the exactly stealing those points that were needed. Okay, Zipian is ready, Zipian is equipped, Zipian is prepped, and he is going to deliver in style. But will that be enough? Yes, dude, all down to Joker sir, will you? Ooh, okay, yeah. TUF fans, this is the not looking easy for TUF fans. Same can be said for Team Star fans, because tough luck situation for both of those teams.
Oh, and now Star under pressure from Leon OP. Some issues with the driving as well. But Leon OP realizing that the circle is catching up to him. Gets his vehicle and God Fury able to get barely. Drolin now shutting down Star. It's like Clarity has got the backs of Quraysh and TMW. They're like, no worries guys, we'll hold on for you in this lobby. On both sides. First Zibian and then Drolin shutting down these teams. Oh.
This is ridiculous, dude. This is absolutely bonkers. I mean, both those teams, TUF as well as Star, they both needed those points, but they are both left with just a one-man squad as of now. And both those one-man... No, my apologies, actually. TUF have 2 of them right there in front of us, Joker, Sir, as well as Thor, whereas it is not looking good for Team Star. It is just one-man squad for their side. On the other front, for the side of Play Zone, it is 52 X-Rage. That is creating a lot of havoc, and 52 X-Rage taking in a lot of damage thanks to that blue zone indeed. With that, 15 teams of course still do survive. 18 minutes into the zone, and H2E in the open seem like they want to take on a fight against a rotation being showcased from Magnus, and far behind is going to be 3X making that rotation as well, but they don't have the vehicles, and that is the tricky situation that could maybe have them brought down to their knees right here, because Magnus as well as H2E will probably be keeping their crosshairs set up towards 3X. We can see in the background 3X's vehicle is running out of oil, but he is safe. He is safe. He's going to be able to make it. On the other front, it's going to be Regicide, sadly. That's going to be on the receiving end and will be delivered the knock and blow. 14 teams remaining. 15th position getting eliminated is going to be Regicide.
Yeah, exactly. However, looking at their live ranking right now, Star, they need 4 points. The TUF, they need 4 points. Equalize 5 to guarantee their spot in the top 16 Right now, it is FMxR3D in pressure, and look at that, NorthEsports now capitalizing as that third party, putting a lot of pressure on this, able to pick up 2 knocks right there. Can they convert it into many more? We'll have to see, because you can see right now NorthEsports, they're the kings of the hills. They're in a comfortable spot. They're looking to pick up the eliminations while they secure their spot in the next circle as well. They're going to have that high ground continue on, and honestly, it's made for them, this lobby, to try and find the winner chicken dinner. We talked about how Star and TUF are the teams that Quraysh and TMW might have in mind. Well, watch out, Quraysh and TMW, because NorthEsports, they might just be coming for you.
They're trying their level best. I mean, they've got a really good placement, as you had Superweekend mentioned earlier as well. When it comes down to NES, they have finding themselves on the top of that mountain, and that gives them so much of leeway against all the other teams. Whereas on the other front, 3X are also making beautiful strides for their side as they are pushing on along. They were able to damage quite a lot of the players off the grounders and have found themselves right here. But this is not going to be enough, because the zone is far away, and it is going to be the side of TUF now, who are going to be getting into the comfort of the zone. Thor and Joker, but right behind them is going to be 420 from Clarity.
There's 4v under a lot of trouble. A key nade from Dread knocks out Leon OP, doing a lot of damage to Starboy and displacing him from his location. But in the midst of all of this, Osama is hiding in a room. The last hope of Star. Right now, Osama just hoping that they don't check him, but I think they will. Oh my god, I have no idea what is going on with Osama. He's still able to survive, still able to hide. Osama coming out of the shadows in the last moment. Will he find anything? That is the question. So far, nothing seems to be the case, as I believe H2E are almost all eliminated. Still Osama, last member in the house. 4v they're sure to be confused. Like, I think we eliminated a team, right? So, is there more?
Who's this guy?
Yeah, who's this guy?
Osama's playing such amazing mind games right now, dude. And well, 4v they are none the wiser, because Osama has moved up the stairs and is going to be holding down that fort with those smoke that he's been able to create right there. So once again, I mean, they're at the edge of the zone, so the compound is there for the taking, but for how long? Because all of these teams, they're going to have to move out of there. And as we look on the minimap, Clarity, TUF, they're sitting up on top of that mountain, just patiently waiting.
Osama is trying to right now give his best impression of the Home Alone kid. He's trying to set up traps and smokes and util all along every corner of the house in hope that the crooks don't come get him. H2E, they're distracted, or rather they're distracting 4v and keeping Osama alive unwillingly. I don't even think they realize that Osama, I mean, they know that some player is there. I don't think they know that Star's single player is there, but right now you can see we're down to just 7 teams. So the longer Osama stays alive, the more points his team gets in terms of placement, and the closer they get to securing qualification. And in that regard, wait a second, NorthEsports got eliminated. We missed. Wait, I'm so confused.
Whoa. Dude, I think it was Clarity.
Yeah. I didn't think they got eliminated.
Well.
I thought only like they lost 3 members of their squad. They got completely eliminated. So RIP NorthEsports, so much for that storyline. We've only got Star and TUF left trying to make it to that top 16.
Yep, and Team TUF, they've got 2 players, so it is very much still possible for them to be able to make it through. But Team Stars, Osama, with that UMP, going to be bringing in a lot of blows to TFT's player. He will be able to eliminate him. Vosh goes down, but that also gives away the information to his teammates, where Leon and Starboy are going to be probably utilizing those utilities and Molotovs. And yep, there we go. Whoa, Osama still at the nick. Wow, at just a corner, and he's still surviving.
He's still surviving. He's almost out-survived it.
How lucky can you be?
Buying so much time. I mean, at this point, is it luck or just pure outplay skill right here for Osama? He spots out 4v final player, pushes out Starboy. Osama going in for the hunt, but he's taken down real low. 4v they're coming in for the kill, while H2E, they have been eliminated. Osama trying to get his health back, but the circle is moving in. Can he heal himself in time? The answer is no, but he's able to hold on till the top 6 for his team. The question is it enough?
Is it enough? Because TUF still have Thor and Joker waiting in the ranks, and on the other front, it is going to be the side of Pika from R3D, who's going to be bringing in a lot of massive blows as the team's trying to make a rotation, but he's all by himself, all by his lonesome, next to his buggy, not going to be able to survive for long. And 3x's Ali is still surviving somehow. After all the things that he's showcased us, he's still surviving here in the 3 teams that are remaining. And of course, MetershotxSKY, the team that I had called out earlier as to where they are missing, here they are making a chicken dinner game for themselves. Dude, TUF have already got 8 elimination points. TUF are making it.
I mean, it certainly looks like, yeah, I think if we do get to see the live rankings, we'll have guarantee. But I think mathematically, yes, the UF have look like they have made it to that top 16. That will mean that TMW have gone down, and depending on if Star got enough points, potentially even Quraysh too. So I'll have to see right now if MetershotxSKY are able to get that winner chicken dinner, because as you were saying, for them it's been a bit of a low day so far. Getting that final chicken dinner in this match will boost their momentum going into the Super Weekend.
Definitely. I mean, that's what they did yesterday as well. I mean, today that's what they're looking forward to as well. Maybe. I mean, they've got the 4 elimination points already confirmed. They've got the numbers advantage in terms of the team. That is all 4 players still standing against the 2-man squad of TUF and a 1-man army of 3xLE. I mean, you have to admit that 3xLE's gameplay has been pristine. I don't know how he does it. What sort of rabbit has he pulled out of his hat every single time in this game, where it seemed like, all right, this is probably going to be the end and demise of him. He just somehow survives and comes back up. So kudos play to 3x as well. And today's day has definitely been one of a big comeback for 3x, because even though they might not have had decent amount of elimination points from this game, 3xLE is making sure that his team ends up getting decent placement points at least. And that's going to be 10 elimination points, definitely confirmed for the side of 3xLE, right?
Yeah, RIP, I think, for TMW. Thor will end up going down. Still, Joker, sir, he just wants to get every point he can. I mean, I doubt he's thinking about whether... I think we know that he's guaranteed that qualification, because all he needed was 9 points. And I believe he's got enough in terms of eliminations combined with plays. Yeah, they've got 6, so Joker himself has got 6, I believe, actually. So single-handedly itself, that player will mean. But okay, in just a matter of random seconds, the zone helping out. MetershotxSKY with a couple of bullets as they pick up the winner chicken dinner. They are quite an actionless one for them, just 21 points. But hey, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner at the end of it.
Exactly, absolutely, and that is what matters in the end, because if you are able to participate and make it into the top 16, well, you've made it, and that's all that matters, because the next conversation that we shall have is going to be in the Super Weekends, and that is when we can definitely start drawing straws against these teams that, yeah, dude, I mean, they better take that chicken dinner, or they better get that 1 elimination points, because that is when the points will start mattering that much more. But boy, oh boy, what an exciting, exhilarating day this has turned out to be. I did not anticipate. So when the day started off, it was like, all right, yeah, the teams are going to try their level best. It's going to be maybe low-key, I don't know what to anticipate, blah, blah, but when it turns out it was definitely a ludicrous ride for the entirety of the lobby, and myself included.
And like when you talk about the entire ride, we've had 3 teams in contention from the bottom 4 trying to make it. TUF guaranteed. MetershotxSKY, the circle was made for them. So really that execution factor you talked about lacking in that regard, they're going to look to that, because I think they were in a perfect situation trying to make it happen. But all of this analysis after a short break.
Go!
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Of course, what an enthralling set of matches here, Blotter, for our first League Stage days and leading into our Super Weekend. We've got some amazing teams lined up. We'll find out exactly which ones real soon, but I think what we know for sure is we're going to see some thrilling action.
That is for sure. I mean, every single team right here has given it their best shot. We were calling off for 3x. Where in the world are they left off? I mean, they are on Mars. Are they on Venus? Are they on Pluto? Where are they gone? This is just not the 3x that we saw or remember. And here they are proving their worth. You know, I mean, MetershotxSKY, another team that was just slowly, barely surviving on like one pistol engine. And then suddenly here they go with like a pump in action and blasting off to Mars sort of a gameplay and play style. And same can be said for TUF at least, or rather especially in this game where it mattered the most. And here they are, Joker especially with the MVP of the lads. 6 eliminations, as you perfectly mentioned as well, with along 6 knocks and 2 assists. 956 damage dished out. He took it all upon himself that, you know what, I'm going to get tough and I am going to deliver our team into the first ever Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, Joker coming up clutch exactly when his team needed it to get his team TUF into that top 16. Barely though, so they're gonna have to look to build on this momentum to try and make it into a strong stage in that Super Weekend, you know, get as many points as possible. But looking at the top 5, of course, we expecting Joker to be at the top, but I think 2 key factors that you mentioned, 3x, they seem to be back for a team that was stuck on 20th for out of the like 8 matches they played, 6 matches they were in the 20th spot, then 1 chicken dinner, and then right here another top finish, and they seem to be back like that top 3 qualifier team that we saw in the first place.
Well, we were talking about 8 points. TUF walk away with 20. And on the other front, MetershotxSKY, the team that got a chicken dinner, 21 total points is what they've been able to accumulate. Along with, look at that, damage received, 152 damage. That is it, 152 damage. So a very passive game, but also an advantageous game because they took fights that they knew they could deliver upon, and thus the 6 elimination points right there in the name of MetershotxSKY.
Yeah, TUF clearly the team that was out to win it, you know, trying to make sure they get enough points, and they did so very, very well. MetershotxSKY just playing the tactical game, trying to make sure that at this point they're just holding on, trying to get that chicken dinner, trying to get that extra boost going into the Super Weekend. But whoo-wee!
Wow!
I have never seen as much domination from any player. Joker, 4 out of the 5 stats that we have in the match summary, he owns it. And the only reason I think he doesn't have the highest assist is because he's killing everyone. So how is he going to have assists?
No, but he's still on the second in that list as well. He's on the second. I mean, TUF Joker, dude, what got into you? I mean, seriously, were you just waiting for the side of Team TUF to be stuck in such a weird position that, you know, that is when you're going to showcase your X-Factor gameplay? Well, I don't know what you were waiting on for, but thank you for delivering, because TUF definitely have made it through. And along with that, it seems like we've got good hopes and Star as well, maybe 9 points.
Oh, yes, that should be enough if I'm
right?
doing my math correctly. Yeah, that should be enough. And that is going to break the hearts of Team TMW as well as Quraysh Esports.
Dude, yes.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting happy for these teams because they have given such an incredible play at such a crucial moment, but cannot forget the gameplay that has been showcased throughout the day from TMW. I mean, TMW, that is a team that took it in their stride to try and make it happen throughout the entirety of the day, from one game to the next, you know what I mean? They were sticking on, making on those leaps, sticking to that 16th position, moving up one ladder and then jumping back. And yeah, but you lose some, you win some. But, well, what can I say? The teams that just outperform are the ones that will deliver.
Yeah, exactly, right? And oh my god, just thinking about the way Osama played that situation, the way he was able to hold on for dear life. Imagine if he dies out sooner. Like the amount of arguments the team is probably going to have about the way players got caught off before. After a great start, they picked up 4 elimination points for free, and then one by one the players got picked off. Emerge, it looked like was having a picnic. God Fury was caught off in his car, but Osama, he held on for dear life, got his team those crucial 5 placement points, finished in the 6th spot placement wise, and I think secured that top 16. We'll get the confirmation when we see the overall ranking, but I think it should be the case.
It will be. We shall find out after the total damage graph, graph. But before we do, we are going to go through the zone analysis. Now, this is where CA did point out that NES, they are looking at a very comfortable position, and they were as well, right? They had the mountain region working for themselves, but even though they had the information for all the teams that are trying to approach them, that aggressive, over-aggressive, that stance that is required, that trait that is required, that is something that is missing from the side of TmwEsports. And that, of course, with so many teams coming over to your position, it was absolutely no way they could have held their grounds. But on the other front, TUF held on Clarity 420 boy, pushed on against him, got the team revival, Joker and Thor, then pushed on along, and in all of that, well, they definitely made it. Also, another question that I did have for you, Nikhil, is, correct me if I'm wrong, but when Osama was stuck in that compound, we had 3 different teams around in the vicinity, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I had 2 teams right in front of him. I think a third team trying to get
Right
the long
behind,
shots
right?
in. Yeah, right behind them from the high ground area, trying to
Mountain.
get the long shots in. So 2 teams that he knew about for sure. H2E and I forgot who the other team was actually. TFT, 4v TFT. Both
Right.
in that area fighting with each other, and Usama just being like, okay, I'm trying to hold on. But this is where it all started. For Star, a great elimination of XGeneration really early, but then it all started unraveling.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just the perfect shine that was showcased from the side of Team Star as they pushed on, and this is where their emergence was completely taken away from them, and that too in the name of Team TUF, who also deserved and needed those points. So a very interesting gameplay being showcased from their side, but as soon as Team TUF were able to get that point against Emerge, it was Clarity who was again waiting in the tracks. But thanks to, of course, teammate that was able to keep themselves in track. Team Star, though, not so happy and got so unlucky, because one by one their rotations were just fought against them, and one final player, Osama, was left.
Yeah, exactly. That final player, Usama, really had to step it up. I believe Quraysh and Star are tied on 42 points, so I'm curious to know how exactly which team will be able to pick it up in the top 16. I assume we're going to find out in our overall rankings later. But for now, of course, our attention on the last few Oppo moments of this matchup. Really, this is where you could say finally Usama went down, but it caused more than enough damage, allowed MetershotxSKY to clean up the rest of this 4v TFT squad, and then it came down to TUF just trying to hold on for dear life. Joker Sir did that brilliantly.
Indeed, and this is where it all ended, and MetershotxSKY got that chicken dinner for themselves, a second chicken dinner in the league play days. Tomorrow, or my apologies, yesterday also they got the chicken dinner in the final game. Today also they got a chicken dinner in the final game. Overall, like we've said earlier, those chicken dinners do not matter. All that matters is these teams, those 20 teams that are playing in the league plays, they jump themselves in the top 16. As they do, they qualify already for the Super Weekend. And right now, in just a couple of minutes, we shall find out what are those teams. But before we do so, like I said, we might have to go through and have a look at those histographs, those damage histographs, and find out what sort of a fight was being dished out and showcased from the entirety of the lobby, because there were just so many incredible fights that were being taken place from one fight to the next as we pushed on through. FS this time around, though, I mean, they did take on some fights, but sadly did not end up delivering. On the other front, Magnus, same case, 525 damage, but only 1 elimination point. So not a great outing for Magnus, especially. FS has had a decent run.
Yeah, and you could see as compared to like the last Erangel we saw, where one team clearly dominated in terms of damage, this is much more evenly spread out, at least between the 10 teams almost right here. So clearly a Miramar for the ages, as it looked like any team could have picked it up, and TmwEsports, they're going to be extremely disappointed. They did a decent chunk of damage, to be fair, picked up 3 eliminations, but just not able to hold on. I think Clarity were the one who ended up finishing them off, and it's quite like for them disruptive, because look, Clarity didn't even do that much damage.
Exactly. I mean, TmwEsports, they were just at such a perfect position where they had so much information, and they were using that information also consistently bringing in a lot of bullets and sprays against their opponents. That is why they've got that 1300 damage, as so many teams were jumping on towards their location as they were in the zone. But sadly, that was just not enough, and well, they were able to only accumulate 3 elimination points, but that's okay. I mean, you learn some, you lose some, you win some. In the end, we've got this to worry about. That is the top 16. And looking at the top 16, Freestyle still maintaining that wonderful flamboyant approach to their entire 2 league play days, 111 total points is what they've been able to accumulate. MetershotxSKY making a big jump from the second place to the first, 6 positions up, onto the 5th with 71 points.
Yeah, and I think one of 2 teams, Regicide and MetershotxSKY, who picked up 2 chicken dinners throughout this day, so it'll be really clear for them. But to be honest, top 10 teams, I'm sorry, but nobody cares about you. Let's go on to the next page. We really want to see which teams end up making it to the top 16.
No,
in
hold on.
that
Team
load.
QWERTY, dude. Team QWERTY, we have to actually commend as well. I
Yeah,
mean, yesterday
true.
you do remember, right? I mean, Team
Yeah.
QWERTY, they were nowhere to be seen. And today, throughout the day, they've been pretty consistent.
Oh, most definitely. I think something we expected from Team QWERTY, to be honest, and
Fair
I'm glad
enough,
we get to see that happen. Still not the greatest performances, but it's good enough for now. Similarly, 3x, but oh, look at this. Team Star will be able to make it into that top 16 points, and the reason, the tiebreaker, like difference maker, the rule effectively is number of winner chicken dinners, which both teams have 0, so that can't be the case. And then number of placement points, blotter. And you can see that placement points has continuously been an issue for Quraysh. They have a ton of eliminations. They fight very, very well, but they never survive. And that's what ends up being the difference. Not even points, just that placement points. Team Star and specifically Usama able to make it happen for his team, get them into that top 16, get them into that Super Weekend #1.
Quraysh Esports, if you end up watching the stream, please, I mean, I chose for you guys to be in the head-to-head because I thought, just like me to shot, this is going to be your shot, this is going to be your day, and you will understand and realize that, yeah, we've not been working towards those placement points. And that was my point as well when the day started off, that they've not been working towards placement points, and hopefully they will by the end of the day, but nothing has changed. We got to bring changes, mate. Bring changes. But that is something that we got to thank the side of Team TUF. I mean, the grounders are looking pretty comfortable. Team Star is looking pretty comfortable. Sadly, Team TmwEsports, not Team, my apologies, TmwEsports. Tough luck, mates. Tough luck. This team, they tried. They genuinely tried today. But yeah, the other teams, they just had a better start from yesterday to today. So they get the better half of the better chunk of the cake pretty much, but nothing taken away from these teams that find themselves on the 17th, 18th, and 19th, and 20th, because there are going to be 3 super weekends, and this is just the first one that they'll miss out. There's still hope.
Yeah,
There's
but
still opportunities.
it's gonna hurt, I think, for them missing out on this first Super
Yeah.
Weekend. They're gonna have to pull off some insane performances in the other Super Weekends to be able to bounce back and stay in the top 16 to try and make it to the grand finale. But it's gonna be easier said than done. However, our elimination leaders for now, you can see quite reminiscent of our top teams. You've got 420 Boy from Clarity, Voltrucks from Regicide, Malik from Freestyle, Joker stepping in there from TUF. Of course, a large reason of which was the large number of frags he got in this final game. And then Sirius, who's been a consistent performer throughout in that 5th spot.
Absolutely, from Quantum Rage indeed, and that is where the cookie has crumbled for the day, where indeed we've got the top 16 teams that will be moving on forth, and these are the elimination leaders. But once again, these players, they have had some wonderful run, but in the Super Weekend, the teams are going to be trying, I believe, different strats. I believe they will have a completely different drop location as well. I mean, I'm anticipating. I'm not sure if that'll be the case or not, of course. But I definitely do look forward to some X-Factor plays being showcased from these teams. And also to keep in mind that Sandhawk is also going to get introduced in the Super Weekend. So maybe a few of these teams have just been waiting for that.
Yeah, most definitely. I think some teams we've clearly seen map preferences from. Like, I think Regicide loves them, Miramar. Clearly, Freestyle, Clarity especially, loves them, that Erangel. So I'm sure there are teams out there who'll be like, bro, there's no Sandhawk, come on, I want to play some Sandhawk. And I'm sure there are teams out there who's going to be like, well, let's go, Super Weekend. We've got that map coming in, and they'll look to maximize their value right then and there. But I think what's especially key is the consistency we're seeing from Freestyle. They've got 3 players in the top 10, I think the most from any individual team. So clearly a big reason as to why they're finishing in that #1 slot from this weekday stage in the league.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, as we move on through from the first elimination leader to the second, we do have these few teams names that are going to be constant, like FS, like you've got Clarity. I mean, Magnus's player Mom2 is also going to be there. So these are teams and players who have every now and again, I mean, they have been a part of this such a long time that now and again, every single time, they have something different to offer. And that X factor is what will help these teams, these known teams, to be able to capitalize on these situations. But the new teams, they have so much more to prove, like the likes of 3x Esports. MetershotxSKY looking pretty comfortable. 52x Rage looking pretty comfortable. Team H2E, I mean, they have not been working towards those elimination points, but hey, it doesn't matter. They're still here for the Super Weekend. They've made it.
Yeah, exactly. And these are your top 16 teams coming in from this weekday stage, going into the Super Weekend. Team Star and Team TUF, those last minute entries, displacing TmwEsports as well as Quraysh Esports, and of course giving a lot of fans some hope and breaking a lot of hearts at the same time. And on the other hand, we've also got, I believe, QWERTY, 3x Esports, all of these teams that were looking like they might not make it yesterday, making it
right
today with some decent performances.
That is so true. I mean, Team QWERTY, it honestly felt like, where is that QWERTY gone that we knew? I mean, Khan, Wolverine, these guys was just all over the place with such amazing plays. But here they are, proving their mettle. And there's something I believe you said, or I think you said it, that they're just waiting for that Super Weekend. As soon as that Super Weekend is brought on, that is where we shall see these players come on into their own light. With that, do not forget to follow us for, or rather, the entire journey of PMPL. So hashtag PMPL as you join us through these matches, and let us know where you're tuning in from on of course the social media. On Facebook, would share pictures, and on social media like Twitter and Facebook, as well as Instagram. Do not forget to follow, as well as our official PUBG Mobile Esports page on YouTube. That is going to be so very important for you to click that icon and subscribe and click that red button, because we are going to be back again with the Super Weekend. That will be on Friday exactly at the same time. But until then, thank you so very much for tuning in. I've been Blotter. Joining me, of course, is going to be CA, and it was Fixes in another dimension altogether. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.